Hello, hello. There's tonight's adventures of Smol Caetsu Chaiji starting about now. Hey, Pokeshack. I see you were here early. Yeah, well, we might as well hop in. Or hop in the queue. And I do have a little I do have a few things that I think we're going to be doing aside from the Dragoon quest. There's a quest related to retainers that I would like to check out before we get too far from the city. But well, aside from that, we're pretty good to go. There's a little thing that I think you suggested, Pokeshack, that I have worked on. I've prepared. But let's just get out of bed first. To crush your enemies. Hey, Ghost Howler. So I made a new chat banner. Watch this. Whoop. Isn't that much more fitting for this adventure? Now they're both here. Right, as I said just a moment ago, I'm gonna start today's adventure by going and finding this quest, actually, an ill-conceived venture. It's related. Oh. It's related to the retainer stuff we did last week. It's a little extra. Well, several adventurers are having difficulty summoning their retainers. Should you wish to offer your assistance, you will find these troubled souls in Limsalmensa, Gridania, and Uldar. The rewards will be the same regardless of whom you help, so do not hesitate to aid the adventurer of your choice. 6 ventures. She's never ignored a summons before. Beg your pardon, ma'am, young lady, but would you be willing to aid a fellow adventurer? It's about my retainer. She hasn't returned from her latest venture to 9 Ivies, and I fear something terrible may have happened. I would track her down myself if I could, but I have an important appointment. I have an important appointment I must needs keep. Mayhap you could go and search in my stead? Yes, this unlocks the ventures feature. Funny little behind the scenes for you guys. I am working on a retainer like starter guide, and there's something regarding ventures that is literally impossible for me to get a straight answer on in my research. The only way I can be sure is if I go and do it myself. And incidentally, we're exactly at the part where I can just go and do it myself. And yeah, exactly, Pokeshack, there is exactly such a quest in each of the main cities. According to guides that you can find on the internet, you specifically need to do the one that belongs to your city, which might not be the case based on that note we just got when we took the quest. So that's interesting. Oh, you haven't unlocked ventures, Ghost Howler? Oh, the more you know. That's a lot of money you could have gotten for not free, not entirely free. But it would have been money. 12 bless you, adventurer. So focused was I on my task that I took no notice of the buzzards at my back. Hmm? You seem confused. Have you heard naught of ventures? It is a service in which we retainers carry out procurement expeditions on behalf of our employers. Alas, some are not wont to furnish us with sufficient equipment, despite the obvious benefits it would afford both parties. Yeah, she literally has the level 1 spear and no gear. Ah, has he been summoning me this entire time? Pray excuse me. Forgive me, master. I was waylaid by beasts. Yes, by a Lalafellan lancer. How did you know? Of course, as you wish. Seems like a cool master. It seems I must take my leave at once, but before I go, pray allow me to thank you. I have naught to recompense you with, but should you inform my supervisor, Parnell, of your deeds, I'm confident she will see fit to reward you. May we meet again, my friend. And do not forget to visit Parnell in the shaded bower. Yeah, you're supposed to give them gear, and they need equipment up to a certain point to be able to really do tasks for you at all. And the outfit she was wearing was, well, her weapon was, I'm pretty sure, was like the level 1 spear. Possibly. It did look very similar to mine, so maybe it was a level 31 spear. But she was not wearing any armor. That is a fact. So she had not very much to defend herself with. Oh, okay, Pokeshack. I hope it goes okay. Greetings, madam. I have been expecting you. The retainer you rescued was most effusive in her praise. Retainers are, of course, permitted to refuse a venture which they determine to be too dangerous. Alas, this particular young woman is new to the profession and was thus easily persuaded by her employer to accept. Beg your pardon? You would like to know more about ventures? Certainly, it would be my pleasure to explain. In cooperation with the Adventurers Guild, we have established a new system through which retainers may be dispatched to procure items for their employers. Should you wish to avail yourself of this additional service, you will need to pay your retainer in advance with ventures, scrip issued by the Adventurers Guild. Here, pray accept these complimentary ventures with my thanks. Bear in mind that most retainers lack the skill to carry out all but the most menial of tasks. Of course, as they grow more experienced, that will change. If this sounds daunting, let me assure you that it's simple in practice. Why not speak with your retainers and see what they think? Ta-da! Time to take retainers in I-610. Well, if you have never done ventures, you will find that you will need to get some equipment for them to train with. You may now dispatch the retainers in your employ on ventures. Summon the retainers you wish to send afield and follow the instructions to begin. See, you now summon your retainers afield on procurement expeditions known as ventures. Before you can do so, however, you must first assign them a class. After summoning a retainer, select Assign Retainer Class from the retainer menu to begin. Yep, so here's a little tip. If you don't have every class leveled up, you should be aware that your retainer cannot out-level you. They can't out-level you, so if you choose a class that you don't play or don't want to play, then you have a problem. At the same time, if you choose a class that you like to play or you actually play, then there's a better chance that you will have, you know, equipment that you've dropped off and don't need anymore that you can just pass on to them. Your retainer cannot undertake ventures until you assign his or her class. This can be any one class, with the exception of those of the Disciples of the Hand. Your retainer's class determines which ventures he or she can embark upon. Please be advised that you cannot assign your retainer a class you have not yet unlocked. Guys, which one should we choose? A little tip for you guys regarding your retainer choice. This is gonna be talked about in this retainer guide when I have it made, but basically, it's gonna take you a long time to level your retainer to 90. A long time. And it doesn't even matter what you choose. It's gonna take weeks, probably, at the very least. And if you want them to switch to a different class, they start at level 1 again. From what I could gather of information, the most profitable sort of venture is called the quick exploration. That is the one with the highest potential. It's very random. But here's the deal. All classes perform equally well on quick ventures. So if you're just gonna do quick ventures, then it doesn't matter which one you choose. If you want better options, all of the combat classes have the same options. They can generally go hunt things, so something you could go out and farm mobs to pick up. That's what they can get you. Miners, botanists, and fishers, on the other hand, can go and gather items that you have gathered at least once. And according to my research, they can gather like timed node items, if you know/remember what that is. I talk about it in my gathering guide. But they can do that like once every hour, I think. I'm not sure if it's every hour, if it's the 18-hour exploration ventures that you have to do, but the point is that they can do that. Everything that the combat classes can bring back, you could do yourself. So that's the big deal. That's the biggest problem here, is that if you can, I would probably recommend one of the gathering classes. But if you're not going to think so much about it and probably just gonna send them on quick ventures, then it doesn't matter. Then the more useful thing for you is to choose a class that you have maxed out and you intend to play, so that their item level can be kept high. Yeah, my one retainer is gonna be a Lancer because of obvious reasons. As a disciple of war or magic, retainer will be able to undertake hunting and field exploration ventures. Yes. And Mrs. CC, who is totally not me, has become a Lancer. You must now equip a main arm to your retainer. Select view retainer attributes and gear from the retainer menu to proceed. So we go and check the equipment. You can equip any item in your inventory armory to your retainer, so long as he or she meets the requirements. Equip a main arm to your retainer to proceed. Let's see. Can I give you my level 5 spear? No. Then you get the level 1 spear that I just so happen to have. Excellent. And we've equipped her with a main arm. Your retainer is now duly prepared to undertake ventures. I don't know about that. Select assign venture from the retainer menu to proceed. Assign venture? There are 2 types of ventures which you can assign your retainer. Hunting, mining, botany, and fishing constitutes one type in which you specify an item for your retainer to procure. Exploration ventures constitute the second type, in which your retainer will scour the terrain of your choosing for, hopefully, precious items. However, your retainer will not undertake a venture without first receiving due compensation. Assigning a venture requires a payment in a unique currency of the same name, ventures, which is not confusing at all. Ventures can be acquired through a variety of methods, such as exchanging company seals, fulfilling leave objectives, and completing tribal quests. And I'm just gonna say right now, company seals is the way. That is the easiest way. As you may recall, the ventures your retainer can undertake are determined by his or her class. As a disciple of war magic, didn't it just say that? Your retainer will be able to undertake hunting and field exploration ventures. Let's just click return real quick, because you have a point there, Pokeshack. Let's see, can I give her anything? You can have this. Do I have anything else? It doesn't give you any stats, but I mean... You can also have this. Oh, this might actually... These might help you a little bit. How's that feel? Is that a little better, Pokeshack? What do you think? Does she look more prepared for combat now? That she's not dressed like an airplane stewardess? Right. Now it's gonna explain it all to me again. Okay, thank you, thank you, thank you. Alright. So you can see here, this one takes 18 hours to do, and it's not gonna give us that much. It's gonna give her 5,000 experience, which is nice. But let's check this instead. Okay, this is 500 experience. So what I think we're gonna do is we're gonna do this one now. And if we pass by here again later, we can send her on another one. But we're gonna finish by making sure that Miss CC here goes on a field exploration venture. So that we get the most value out of being away from here for a week. You have assigned Miss CC a venture. To confirm the time remaining until a venture is complete, select timers under duty from the main menu and select ventures. You can also confirm the time remaining by selecting View Venture Report from the retainer menu. Should you wish to cancel the venture and recall your retainer, you may do so when viewing the venture report. However, please be advised that this is not necessary unless you wish to assign a different venture to retainer. Even with a venture in progress, you can still entrust or withdraw items and gill or sell items on the market. So, by magical means, your retainer can be out in the field grabbing something for you while simultaneously standing right here. Like, if we stood here and talked with Miss CC here for 59 minutes, she would finish the venture no problem. So that's interesting. But that was what I needed to know, because according to some guides on the internet, you need to be level 50 to assign a class to your retainer, which is incorrect. And according to others, you just need to be at least 5 levels above your retainer, or something like that. Which means that you would technically be able to have a retainer have a job or a class at level 1. Now you feel bad. Now I feel bad for sending someone who looks like a farmer to fight. Well, she's wearing the equipment that we used for that quest with Thancred. Okay, so now we're going on a little bit of an adventure. Let's see what's the fastest way to Coerthas. That's from here. So we go to Coerthas to finally become a Dragoon now. Yoop. And we're doing it in the magic school bus. Yeah, it's more powerful than me. It's capable of being in more than one place at the same time. Well, you see, Miss CC is going to be out on a venture while Smol Dragoon Caetsu Chaiji is going to be working on a guide somewhere. And I'm streaming for you here, so she's very powerful. And here we are in the forest with greens, well, dead trees, but trees nonetheless, and grass. And then we go down this path. And here's snow. Hey Leon! I'm glad to hear that you're feeling better. I'm having a good weekend. I hope you... I'm guessing that you're having a good weekend as well. I'm really glad. I was actually a little bit worried that, like, if everything was alright with you. Last time I heard from you, it didn't sound too well. I'm really glad to see you. Have you tried the new Savage Raid? I had a lot of fun with the new Savage Raid. I just didn't get very far. As you may have seen that I had some spontaneous streams this week. Hey, Elbrick. Ah, you must be the adventurer of whom Uain sent word. Greetings and well met. I'm Sir Elbrick Bale, Knight of Ishgard. The Holy See is much obliged to you for your aid. Time being of the essence, I shall proceed straight to the heart of the matter. The Eye, an Ishgardian relic of immeasurable worth, has been stolen, and we have reason to believe the culprit has come this way. So it is that we ask your assistance in its recovery. Me? The thief has been identified as a man named Estinian, a dragoon sworn to the service of the Holy See. Aye, you heard true. The crime was perpetrated by one of our own. An individual in a position of trust and no little honor. You may be assured that a fate worse than death awaits him upon capture. Well, that's not good news. Hey, Snow Dragon. Thank you. Leon says, no, I have dipped my toes into P5S only, but I'm planning on doing more. I've seen you try it, but not too much about it. Yeah, I had some trouble getting very far. I got to the jump mechanic, I would say, and not much further, mainly because I ran a little bit low on time. But I had a lot of fun with it, and I think that's what really matters when you're doing Savage Raid. If you're not having fun, then that's not for you. My duties to the sea afford me little opportunity to travel far beyond the walls of Ishgard. I must confess to a grave ignorance of recent Gridanian affairs. I was told that a sentry by the name of Logadan Rel might have knowledge of routes oft taken by Ishgardian fugitives. I would prefer to keep my identity a secret, and thus would have you gather what information you can from the man. How are you, Snow Dragon? We must act quickly, for you see, Estinian is... But I have already said too much. What matters is that we find our thief and the Eye with all haste. When last sighted, Estinian was clad in black armor. Now go, and speak not a word of what I told you to anyone. Pokejack says, the Stone Sky Sea, it will be better than giving the dummy a draw that won't close, but the FC dummy will always have a special place in my heart. Yeah, I still use, like, you see how I have my striking dummies in my guides. When I was in the free company that has house next to my house, my striking dummies were like the free company's local striking dummies. Eventually like striking dummies were set up in the free company as well for, I don't know why, but they were. Hey, Logadan Real. That's a very tightly closed helmet you got there. What can I do with that? Route favored by Ishgardian fugitives? Now that's a question I don't hear every day. You aren't plotting some unsavory act yourself, are you? Even if you were, I doubt you'd make it far. Any road, we've caught a few fleeing to the North Shroud. What with Gridania being home to nearly as many Ellison as Ishgard, it is no easy task to identify outsiders. If you're on the hunt for someone, you could do worse than to visit Florentel's spire in the North Shroud and speak with a man named Idristan. If any suspicious persons have crossed the border in recent days, he'd be the first to know. Glad to hear that, Snow Dragon. Oh, we're going back to... Oh, we're not that far, we'll just run. A ride. On the tiny... Oh, I remember, I forgot something! Oh no! Can I do it with this guy? I don't think I can. Hello? Oh, well, that takes priority over everything. We have to teleport back to Gridania right now. I forgot the most important thing, and I think you guys know what I mean. Choco keep. You cannot do this while your companion is present. My companion is not here. Sure. This is the best we can do. Or maybe, can we do a dash instead? No. Ayam Ketil. That was, I hope you guys saw that I made like a poll on naming our Chocobo companion. And the winning vote by, like, they had nearly half of the votes was Ayam Ketil. I believe it said Ayam Ketil. Not that fluent in that language, but yeah, it means little chicken in Indonesian, I believe. My best friend suggested the name, and then you guys decided that you liked it, and it made her very, very happy. Pokeshak says, I saw a couple of your attempts against the proto-dinosaur to show a friend the content of Endwalker when she came to visit on Wednesday, and you were live. Oh, that's a convenient time for me to be live then. Oh yeah, I watch this guy all the time. He's actually playing right now. He's playing exactly the content I wanted to show you. That's funny. It's a really fun fight. It's just savage raiding is savage raiding, and it's really hard to beat such a fight. And it doesn't get easier. Like, you can get gear, but if you can't beat the mechanics, then you can't beat the mechanics, and that's just how it is. Hail, adventurer! Yes, I am the one tasked with monitoring those who would enter our lands by way of Querthas. An Ishgardian knight clad in black armor? Nope, I recall nothing of the sort, and such a striking visitor would be difficult to forget. My apologies, friend. I can only suggest that you return to Logedanrel and see if he has any other theories. Hello, Ma. Little chickie. Pokeshak says she showed me content from the Lost Ark, and I showed her content. Oh, okay, a little share of each of your favorite MMOs. Like, that's not a bad idea. Sometimes you find out that that's exactly the game you want to play. I remember when Lost Ark was like, before it even released, I saw people showing it off, and when it released, I was considering trying it, but there was a lot of server issues when it just came out, and when the dust finally settled, it was figured out how incredibly pay to win, you could almost say, because technically progress in and of itself is not winning. But the amount of progress you could buy with money was so absurdly high that it wasn't for me. But it looks fun. It looks very well made. And that's also an important factor. Hello, Logedanril. No luck, you say? Most curious. Why, it is nigh impossible that a fugitive could make it this far without being espied? Espied from Florentil's spire. Which leaves the possibility that your man is still in Ishgard. It runs counter to good sense. Would the fugitive not want to put a distance of crowns between him and his pursuers? But by the process of deduction, it is a possibility. The climes of Ishgard are not kind to drifters and vagabonds. That said, there has been talk of curious smoke wafting from a cave east of here at night. Were I you, I might begin my search there. And you only tell me this now? Ghosthaller says, yeah, all Korean and Chinese MMOs are super pay to win. You know, in your opinion, as you say you add, that it makes sense. I believe I heard, and I'm no expert on the subject, but I do believe I heard that in, like, Chinese culture, money is considered as good as a skill, if that makes any sense. Like, some people are really good at running, some people are incredibly good gamers with extremely fast reflexes, and some people have a lot of money. Excellent. But Pokjak says, I played with her and some friends for a while, but in the end it wasn't my kind of game, and right after that I started with Final Fantasy, and it was so pay to win. Yeah, exactly. It's, I believe it's both money and also cheating. Like, if you're really good at cheating, you can get away with cheating, and that's technically a skill, and yes, you could say that it is a skill, and technically that is very skillful of you to cheat without being noticed. But I mean, I just don't really agree with the process, let's say. But I see how they can make the connection. That Ishgard would resort to sending coin-starved adventurers after me. I know not whether to laugh or feel insulted. Ding! The eye! It rouses for another? Yes, hand it over. Preposterous! Our path shall cross again, you can be sure of it. Oink. Can I do that? I'd like to do that. Like, if only Alberic had given me like a Dragoon Job crystal before I went, then I would have had the ability to chase him, but because he didn't give me one, I couldn't jump high enough. And don't you guys start on the whole Lalafels don't jump very high thing, because I could totally chase him up the cliff. I would just have to do a lot of slightly high jumps. Hey Alberic. I feel like we kind of need to summon I Am Ketil right now. You need to be here, little chicken. Can you move? Thank you. Hey Alberic. A dragoon clad in black, you say? Tell me all that transpired. Tell me all that transpired. Okay, there's a little bit of a comma situation there. Tell me all that transpired. Yes, it did. Tell me all that transpired. Oh. Well, let me tell you. By the fury that the eye would choose another. I had not thought it possible. In light of recent events, it would seem an explanation is in order. The eye is no ordinary relic. It harbors the power of the dragon, which it bestows upon a single chosen soul, the strongest and wisest dragoon. And you're saying that Estinian is that? Okay. He who is chosen is possessed of the power to fight our mortal foes, the dragons of Dravania. On equal footing, soaring the firmament as if it were an extension of the land. That man is known as the Azure Dragoon. The Azure Dragoon is the light of hope for all Ishgardians and the paragon of all dragoons. And ironically, sort of part of the problem, given that you have the eye from somewhere, you know. For this reason, you may imagine how it pains me to have to confess that the man you encountered, the thief, is none other than the Azure Dragoon, and that I was once his teacher. Needless to say, I acknowledge myself accountable for Estinian's misdeeds, and mean to do all in my power to find him and recover the eye, but I cannot do this alone. If he's the Azure Dragoon, did he steal the eye? Didn't the eye choose him? Didn't you just say that the eye chooses someone, and Estinian is the guy that was chosen, so how did he steal it if the eye chose him? Is that not how it works? I think that's how you just said how it works. Pokjak says, soon I will be able to jump to Estinian, and when I do, no one will be able to stop me. I require your help, Caetsu. You, who have received the power of the... What? The power of the dragon? You who have received the power of the dragon. You may labor to believe it, but there can be no mistake. The soul of the dragoon
The soul of the Dragoon I bear glows in your presence, irrefutable proof that you are chosen. What I can ill explain, however, is the why of it. Never before in Ishgard's long history has the eye roused more than one individual in a single generation, but it avails us not to cudgel our brains about it. The fact of the matter is that you are now a vessel for the power of the dragon. That dragon lies yet in slumber, however, and you must needs possess the means to wake it. The soul of the Dragoon. I would entrust you with mine, Caetsu. What? Like Estinian, I once ruled the skies as the Azure Dragoon, although that power has since become lost to me. It was simply by force of habit that I have hitherto kept the soul upon my person. I have no inkling as to why the eye has seen fit to choose a second, and an outsider at that. Yet one thing is clear. None can challenge the Azure Dragoon and conceivably prevail save another Azure Dragoon. You're our only hope of bringing Estinian to justice and reclaiming the eye, of course. Of course, I do not ask that you do this unaided. I may be a Dragoon no more, but what knowledge I have, I shall gladly impart to you. For indeed, when the time comes that you must face the Azure Dragoon, not less than complete mastery over the power of the dragon will avail you. That a perilous road lies ahead of you, I shall not deny. Knowing this, if you would still lend me your lance, I will teach you to harness the power that has chosen you. Go forth, my young Padawan. Here we go again. And rouse the dragon within. I look forward to your return.
The next Dragoon quest will be available from Elbrick upon reaching level 35. Yes. We have acquired jump. We have acquired jump. Ta-da! And a rock. I have a rock. Pokeshak says, my mortal enemy is Idleshire and the lack of teleport throughout the Javanian hinterlands. Yeah. Oh, right. I've never seen a soul crystal in the inventory. I actually genuinely thought that they were stuck here. I've never tried tracking them out. So, remember, once you unlock the Dragoon, remember to equip your soul crystal to change into the Dragoon Job. Dun, dun. Oh dear. Why are you like this, game? My action bars. This'll take a few minutes. Why, game? Why? And in case you're wondering, when I've been making my low-level guides and putting up like the buttons as I go, I have indeed done this like back and forth to make sure that I put it right, because it's not very helpful for you to see where I put the action buttons if I'm not consistent. So like when I got to level 30 and put on the soul crystal for the guide video, I would make sure to like clear my entire job bars and then put in what I just put in for the class so that it, you know, comes in a logical sense and things don't just jump all over the place because now you're the job. Is that everything? Yep, I think this is everything. Oops. I didn't want to do that. Yoink. And finally jump, indeed. And Snow Dragon says, yes, I keep forgetting to equip my soul stones. Oops, made a boo-boo. And Pokeshak says, that was my favorite part of unlocking soul crystals. Having to re-put your action bars? Snow Dragon, my suggestion would be if you make a gear set, like so, then and just switch job by equipping that, then you should be able to just automatically equip the soul crystal. But if you mean when you unlock a job, then I can see your problem, like that you have to do that manually the first time. But it's almost like a little ritual, so I like it. It's like your character is given the item, but then you, the player, is given the item into the UI, and you have to choose to put it on, which I think is really like a really nice touch. Now, let's learn to jump in reverse.
It is pleasing to see how readily the dragon stirs within you. You show great potential, Caetsu, a potential that may well prove the difference between victory and defeat. Estinian is no ordinary dragoon. Even when set against the legendary Azures of ages past, the man is considered second to none. Such is his prowess, in fact, that the day he was chosen by the Eye, it was proclaimed that Haldrath, the Dragon's Eye, had been reborn. I mean not to disparage your skills, Caetsu, but to pursue Estinian in your current state would be tantamount to suicide. As promised, I shall train you in the way of the Dragoon, that you might face Estinian as an equal, and to become an equal, I think you would need like poles to stand on, so we're gonna start by teaching you how to walk on like meter-tall poles. Okay, Pokesha says, in case I was not understood, I said it in an ironic way and more when I locked. Yeah, I got what you meant, Pokeshack. It was just... It's part of the joke. I get it. And I genuinely mean that I do like the aspect of getting the soul crystal and then it not auto-equipping. You have to put it on yourself. I really like that. Ghost Howler says, I'll be right back in 30 minutes or so. Oh, okay, Ghost Howler. Have fun and enjoy. But yeah, I genuinely mean that I like the aspect of putting on the soul crystal. I'm not super keen on the whole having to put, like, why couldn't it just copy my action bars? But sure, that's fine. Mars says, what are you talking about, Scrub? Puppetos can jump. Yeah, they can. I'll show you how high I can jump when we get elusive leap in just a bit, or elusive jump. Before we commence, however, it is only fitting that you are edified regarding our origins. Before we commence, however, it is only fitting that you are edified regarding our origins. It all began a millennium past. Okay, guys, imagine the fade, like the fade to a memory. You know what I mean? Like the flashback fade. Come on, you can do it. I believe in you. When our forebears resided in the southern plains in humble circumstances, the Fury, impressed by the spirit of our ancestors, decided it was meet that she make them her own. So did she appear before Haldrath's sire, a man of courage and integrity named Thordan, and bade him lead her people to the promised land, to what would become the great nation of Ishgard. Their journey brought them to a wide chasm, whereupon Thordan and his people set to building a bridge. It was then that a dark shadow descended upon them, the great worm Nidhogg. Heedless of his own safety, Thordan fearlessly charged at the colossal beast. Alas, he was pushed into the chasm by one of his own, a man seduced by the worm, and fell to his death. Taking up his slain sire's lance, Haldrath hurled himself at Nidhogg, even as tears streamed down his face. The confrontation ended when the young man, his hand guided by Helone, landed a mighty thrust that prized out Nidhogg's eye. With a terrible roar of pain, the great worm took wing and fled, while jubilation reigned below. Ishgard's priceless relic is none other than the eye taken from Nidhogg that day. It is a veritable wellspring of dragon power. Even so removed from its owner, it can exert control over the hearts of men. Haldrath himself felt its malign influence, but his love of justice brooked no corruption, and he prevailed over the power, claiming it for his own. And so it was that the first Azure Dragoon was born. Being derived from our foe, the power of the dragon is a thing to be loathed. But as Haldrath proved to us all, so long as our hearts burn with justice, we need not fear being taken in its thrall. But what is... I'm not sure when we're supposed to have, like, the fade back to reality. But you just choose whenever you're ready to come back.
I think I'm going to go back to seeing Alberic again, but you guys take your time. It might be really cool to see it all happen. Imagine if you could stay in a flashback like that, just stay and hang out. Snowranker says, like, when I switch weapons and my soulstone doesn't equip and I join. Oh no. No. That's terrible. And then you zone in and you're like, guys, I think maybe I made a mistake, and that's when they go, whatever do you mean? Lancer at level 65? That just sucks so much. But what is justice precisely? We've just gone through a long tirade about what courage is, and now we're going on to justice. Justice is the thing that reigns from above, you see. What is justice precisely? Justice assumes many shapes and forms, Caetsu, and none can say that one is greater than another. So long as you hold fast to your beliefs and stay true to yourself, you leave no room for the power of the dragon to master you. But enough of history. Oh, that now was when we were supposed to come back to reality. Alright, got it. But enough of history. Let us return our attention to the present. A knight by the name of Sir Brusemon will see to the next stage of your training. Seek him out at Witch Drop. Witch Drop? That sounds like there's some history to that. I wonder how it got named Witch Drop, guys. Maz says, I've seen level 80 gladiators. Let's go, time to be a tribute. I did the level... when I was leveling all of the jobs to level 90, like near the start of Endwalker, I had one time where there was a rogue at level 85 in my group. And they weren't even phased when we asked, why are you a rogue and not a ninja? And the weirdest thing is that they used like things like Bloodbath as if it was a damage cooldown. They used it whenever it was available. It was really weird. Like, I was more confused than worried. And more worried than annoyed, to be completely honest. I was just confused. Like, why did it not bother them? They were pretty much like, oh yeah. When we said, why are you a rogue? They're like, oh yeah, I am a rogue. Like, I guess they didn't notice that their ninjutsus and stuff didn't work. Yes, let's go down into the chasm. I sure hope there are no witches that are gonna get dropped. Oh yeah, and remember, you're supposed to be level 35 here. That was level 38. Hello, Brusemon. So, the adventurer seeks to become a dragoon. Ha! Sir Alberic speaks of legends and chosen ones, but I would see you prove yourself in a more practical fashion. With your lance, defend yourself! From the enemy that I've put, like, 30 yoms down the lane, right? Fight that. I prepared that for you. I was like, I'm gonna use jump after my full thrust. It always looks like cool when you do that. So like you get the little jump and then the bigger jump. But then I realized that the enemy might actually die. Oh, I am Kitty leveled up. So guys, what role is Ayam Kisil? I think there's only one way to do this. We can have that hanging out for a bit. so people have a lot of opportunity to vote if they want. I'm just gonna keep the level, like the skill for now. There's no rush. You have all the time in the world. You have some skill, I will give you that, and the glow of your soul crystal. Perhaps Alberic was not wrong about you, after all. Now, return to him. Your training here is complete. Oh, that was easy. You guys remember how incredibly long some of the Lancer quests were? This is like, go down in the chasm just north of here, beat a thing, and then come back. Oh! I think I forgot to take the aetheryte here. Also, this is a little scary to drive the magic school bus up a ledge like this. I'm just gonna say regarding the poll, I'm just gonna leave it up for a little bit, because the thing is that how many are actively viewing the stream on YouTube is not very clear. So I'm not sure how many people are hanging out quietly and how many people are hanging out in the chat. And I would love to make sure everyone has a chance to vote. As I can see in my UI, whoops, it didn't even get a chance. Let me just mount that specifically. I can see that there are 2 people viewing the stream according to YouTube, but you're 4 people voting. So I guess there's 4 people, and also I see around 4 people like chatting, right? Yeah, Liam, the magic school bus is another way of calling it. I started calling it the magic school bus when I bought it originally, because to a lot of my friends in the game, I have almost been like a teacher for a lot of things in the game for them, which means that the Smol Caetsu Chaiji, the one that you see in most of my guides, you could view as a teacher, which is also why she has a classroom in her basement. Which means that the 8-seat bus is, of course, the magic school bus, right? What else could it be? Hey, Alberic.
The soul of the dragon grows ever stronger within you, Kaitsu. Clearly, your trial was a rousing success. I need only observe your crystal to know as much, but
What if I'm not showing you my crystal? I don't want to show you my crystal.
yes, though you have only just begun to walk the path of the Dragoon, it is clear you possess the talent to become Estinian's equal. Not in height, but in skill alone. Go forth and make the powers you have obtained your own. When the time is right, we shall proceed with your training. After facing a dragon in combat, you have learned the ability to backflip.
It makes sense. Stop questioning it.
Your inner dragon grows stronger. You can now hop backwards.
Okay, guys, so if any of you have Dragoon as a job and you have elusive jump available, and you're anything not a Lalafell, then pay very close attention when I'm doing the backflip now. Pay attention to how high I'm jumping, alright? Then try it with your character and notice the difference. I jumped like my own height. I should have held the camera still there. We're gonna try again in a moment. But you maybe noticed that I jumped like 2 feet off the ground. And if you do it with your character that is not a Lalafell, or maybe it is a Lalafell, in which case you might be sitting there being like, I don't see the problem. But if you have a taller character, you will notice that your backflip is much bigger than mine. For reasons. Alright, it does seem like that there was no one else that wanted to vote. So, there was 75% that wanted I Am Kesil to be a healer. and 25 that wanted to be a tank. I do think that healer makes the most sense because it adds something to our arsenal that we don't have ourselves. Like, we can tank open world enemies ourselves, and we do very good, very respectable damage ourselves, but the small healing that Caetsu can add to us is very appreciated. But I was gonna say this after the vote, so I didn't affect you guys' decision. Yeah, exactly, Leon. You can barely get off the ground, and you will notice one day when we get the V pose, victory pose, that one also is very funny with Lalafels. Snowdragon says, I just started playing Dragoon. I want to get elemental gear for it because it looks epic. Yeah, it looks very nice. You hope the new Dragoon changes are fun. Yeah. I know that some people are scared that it might not turn out good. But I just based on how well I think the summoner changes were, I have high hopes. And in other news, have you guys noticed how the tail on this antelope is greatly affected by the weather? I'm sure that the Dragoon changes are going to be fun. It did make me a little concerned when they suddenly were like, oh yeah, by the way, the changes we had in mind for, yeah, 6.2, I believe, maybe 6.3, yeah, those are expansion worthy in size. Like, that's a little bit concerning, but also exciting, because it's gonna mean a lot more changes, which hopefully is gonna be for the better.
Aye, the ferry docked at the base of this hill will carry you across the lake to the east shroud.
You don't say.
Once you're ashore, head due east and you should find the Hawthorn Hut without much trouble.
I know. You know what? I'm not gonna take your ship just to be annoying. I'm gonna just teleport there. You know. I don't need your ship. I've been there. I've been both on your ship and where you say I should be going. I've been there and done that. Hey, Amelane? Indeed, I am Amelane of the Twin Adder. I understand you're here to learn of the Sylphs, yes? For all their whimsy, they are a wary lot. Particularly since the Empire has come to the Shroud. A wary lot. Earn their trust, however, and they're as friendly as any folk. They have their quirks, but so do we all, no? Would you know more? You'd do well to speak with the master of this hut, Rolf. He's forgotten more about the Sylphs than I'll ever know. That's an interesting way to put it. He knows so much about Sylphs, so incredibly much, that the things that he does not know is more. Like, the things that he does not know anymore because he forgot are more than what Amelane knows. That's really funny. Hey, Rolf?
Come to learn a thing or two about the Sylphs, are you? I'll tell you one thing. They're a peculiar folk. How peculiar, you ask? Well, just let me tell you. They're... beg pardon, friend. My memory's just not what it used to be. I've seen much and more in my adventuring days, and it's all a clutter in my noggin now. Though I've shared my stories with those around the hut before. You might have more luck with them.
Oh. He actually forgot everything. Oops.
The Sylphs? Yes, Father's told me his stories plenty of times. What I've always found most captivating is how their concept of etiquette is almost completely alien to our own. You'd do best not to underestimate them on account of their childlike looks, lest your face end up a mess of glyphs. Squiggles, and chocobo scratches.
Cool. I like chocobo scratches. Money! No, the other kind.
The Sylphs? Inveterate tricksters and troublemakers, that's what they are. One day, they're drawing marble faces on our masks. The next, they're sending our young sentries falling to the bottom of a ravine. Tell them to stop, and they just laugh at you. Rolf claims they harbor no ill will, but I dare say such pranks are no laughing matter.
Is Dragoon your favorite job?
No, not necessarily.
I originally made a poll for which job I was gonna play for this series, and it was based on a job that started in Gridania, because I've never started in Gridania. My first experience playing the job, I started as a gladiator, so I have experienced like the first few levels of Uldar, and my main started as an arcanist, so I've seen the story from the Limsa perspective, but I have not seen the story from the Gridania perspective, so I offered up, do you guys want me to play Lancer, Archer, or Conjurer? And it was a very, very high, like a very significant lead, like I think 50% almost, if not more, wanted Lancer. So weird playing Lancer. I like all of the jobs in the game, but I prefer mage DPSs like Red Mage and Summoner to play myself, like if I'm playing difficult content. But Dragoon is really cool and very, very interesting. Like, it's a very, very good job if you like to really get complex with your job. Like, then it's extremely good, because there's a lot of complexity to add to it, a lot of small optimizations. I have in addition to my Dragoon guide that I have on my channel, only the Dragoon has, of all of my job guides, has like an extra 1-minute addendum where I explain just one mechanic of the job, namely the life of the dragon, because it adds so much complexity that there are some extra things you can talk about, and it adds a lot of things that you can do and what you might do and what things you can optimize on just by knowing a fight as a Dragoon. So if you like to play Dragoon and you want to main Dragoon, it is a very good, very decent choice. Like, it's absolutely a great choice of a job. I would say that about any job. But if you like complex jobs with a lot of room to grow and a lot of room to think, it's a great choice. Yeah, I have both a low level and a high level guide, as you might know, Snow Dragon. So they should all be in, like, I have like small, I have some playlists where everything is to be found. If you feel like there's a lot of scrolling you would need to do to find a guide, everything is in the playlists, sorted neatly, and the one guide should lead to the next one, I believe. They should. I'm pretty sure that the low-level guides tend to automatically make YouTube think, well, the next video you would want to see is surely the high-level one, right? And if not, I have a separate playlist for the low-level guides and a playlist for the high-level guides, so you can just find both of them. And then the turbo guide on Life of the Dragon, I believe I did latch on to the high-level guide because it's not super relevant for low-level Dragoon. Hello, Blazet. The quickest way to acquire a woman's heart might be through her stomach, but don't even think of trying to foist your foodstuffs on a sylph. They sustain themselves simply by bathing in the sun, or so Rolf once told me. Nice. Nice. Hey, Rolf. Of course. Hearing your stories, well, my stories, has brought the memories flooding back to me. I feel like dancing. Yes, nothing brings people together quite like a little toe tapping. A sylph told me long ago that dancing is a time-honored greeting among their kind. You do well to remember this. It may just help you win the favor of our forest friends. Nice. Level 39. Oh, still here, eh? Great! There's one more thing you should know about the sylphs. They don't take kindly to guests who show up empty-handed. To earn their trust, you do well to bring along, what was it again? And my wife Rose and I were just speaking of the matter not days ago.
Forgive me, friend. Speak to Rosa at the comb. Her memory should prove more reliable than mine own.
Bogus says that the Dragoon main have the obligation to do a backflip in a wrong moment and die. It's in their contract. Hey, Pokeshack, do you remember the fun fact of my low-level Dragoon guide? It's okay if you don't. It's very specific, but it would be extremely cool if you did know. Hey, Snow Dragon. You have to take some chances to learn, and one thing that is super important to learn is how long your jump, your backflip is. As soon as you've mastered how long that is and really got it going, you're not gonna make that mistake again. You will be able to like just look with your eye and go, nah, that's not safe, and you just know to not do it. But the only way to learn that is by trying and failing. So don't be sad about it, Snow Dragon. You'll get it eventually. And exactly, Pokeshack, you learn backflip at level 35. Incidentally, the first dungeon or trial in the game that you're going to be met with a hole you can fall down and die from is Titan at level 35. Like, they couldn't have planned it better to screw up all the Dragoons. Oh look, guys, I got this new ability. Watch this.
A peace offering for the sylphs. Were it anyone else, I'd recommend a jar of honey, but I fear that wouldn't get you past their front doorstep, dear. No, the tastes run more to the unusual. Are you perchance familiar with milk root? That's what we call the root of that most fiendish seedkin, the ochu. When chewed, it exudes a cloudy liquid that's said to induce curious visions in the imbiber.
Nice.
You'd not catch me dead trying the stuff, but the sylphs seem to enjoy it to no end. I've not seen an ochu around the comb in quite some time, but I did encounter a suspicious clump of grass the other day. We're to stimulate it somehow. With some of this amber syrup, for example, you might be surprised at what comes out. Good luck.
Nice. Pokex says that teaches you to never use backflip again. Exactly. If in the end you do the thing of changing to Reaper, although I do not know the history of the Reaper, I'm obliged to call the Spectre the Force. The Shroud companion is the dark side itself. It's just dark side manifest. There's still a long time until we're going to even have the opportunity to become a Reaper, though. So I think we'll be fine for now. Back into the house. Hello, Rolf. Do you remember this?
Ah, you're back. Was my wife able to direct you to a suitable offering?
Root? Root that makes you get, like, visions?
Milk root, but of course, those sylphs quaff that cloudy stuff as quick as I do a flagon of mead. The effect's just about the same as well. Any road, a gift of milk root will have the sylphs calling you friend and sister the moment they lay eyes on it. Now, let me wrap that up for you. I'm starting to feel a bit woozy.
Oh, wow. We get to choose a potion that doesn't do anything on enemies, really. above level 20 is our reward from our level 21 quest, guys. Feel like something went wrong there.
I've taken the liberty of wrapping your milk root well and good. This should keep it nice and fresh, not to mention spare you from that god's awful stench.
Thank you.
The sylphs love the stuff, but me, I'd rather bury my nose in chocobo dung. I dare say the reek even rivals the breath of the marble that put an end to my adventuring days.
Oh,
But I can tell you that story another time.
maybe not. You might not remember that.
You've more important matters to attend to today, yes? The sylphs are an eccentric bunch, but I've shared their company enough to know they're kind at heart. They'll not shun one whose intentions are true. May your parley be a fruitful one, friend, and do stop by on your return. There's a flagon of full flower mead with your name on it if you'd regale me with your adventuring tales.
Are you sure you'd want to give me a full flagon of mead? Like, have you seen me? Can you see me?
Ah, and before I forget, don't go traipsing off just yet. Emmeline here would have a word with you. Travel in safety, friend, and do pass along my regards to the winged one.
Pokeshak says, I only used the backflip once in the Labyrinth of the Ancients in the final section against the flare. That's not a bad place. And you jumped looking in the wrong direction, and when I was on the edge of the dome to get out, I ended up inside next to the boss and I died, and I also died of laughing. Okay. That's when it goes so wrong that you have nothing left to do but laugh, right? It's just, well, sylphs are nice, man. Hey, welcome back, Ghost Howler. We have been offered a flagon of mead by Rolf here, who can't remember from the tip of his nose to his eyes. Hey, Emmeline. It's good to see your knowledge of Sylphic culture has matured. I see no reason to delay your mission any further. Upon your arrival at Little Solace, seek out a young sylph by the name of Komuxio. He has served as an intermediary between our peoples on many an occasion, and has the close ear of his tribe's elder. I see that Hawthorne has furnished you with some of that malodorous root the souls so adore. I have something of far greater import for you to deliver, a missive from the elder Setia herself. To summarize the letter's contents in brief, it vouches for the integrity of our envoy, that would be you, and restates Gridania's desire to maintain a harmonious relationship with our long-standing friends of the forest. The war with the Ixal has taken a toll on our resources. We can ill afford to get mired in another conflict. I need not impress upon you any further the importance of this mission. May the 12 see you return with good tidings. Thank you. It seems like Rolf had a good time. Well, apparently his adventuring days got stopped by a marble, so I guess he got the bad breath, and one of the debuffs he got was memory loss. Also, that guy was named Snugglebums. Imagine you just have a big plant marble breathe on you, and then you forget everything that matters to you. That would suck. You're just mid-fight and you're like, what's full thrust again? That would actually be an interesting debuff. Like, you get a debuff and then some of your abilities just get disabled for a while, randomly. That would also be very, very evil to some jobs more than others. Like, imagine Black Mage gets hit. Oh, you can't use Fire 3. That's still manageable. You can still make it work. Dragoon gets hit. You can't use True Thrust. You can't do anything. Like, even if a Black Mage got hit and it said no Fire 1, you could still, just use Fire 3. It would not be very terrible, but you could do something. Or you could have, like, like a summon and it goes, you can't use ether charge or summon Bahamut. Eternal bad breath. Ghost says, Marble Breath would 100% be a main component for that bioweapon in Shadowbringers. Yes, just straight up just Marble Breath, tapped directly from the source. And Mackerel says, Rescue should be available to use outside of... I mean, yeah, I agree. Why are you mentioning this right now? Pokemon says, the first time I saw him, I was amused by the fact that he forgot absolutely everything. Says, new Unreal fight, Marble Unreal. Every time you get hit by it has like mechanics throughout that remove your abilities from the bottom up. As the fight progresses, your rotation just regresses back to basics because you don't have anything. And Leon says raiders are not able to attend at times because their debuffs won't be gone by the time they start. Just get a debuff from a boss and like, yeah, guys, we can only raid like once every 2 weeks because, you know, Bob got hit again. You know how it goes. He can't fight. He can't do anything.
Walking one is not familiar to this one. This one does not trust strange walking ones. Strange dancing ones might be a different story, but this one expects no such thing. Walking one should go home and leave this one be.
So what if I dance for you? How do you like this, huh? Huh? How about that? Yeah? What is a soul stone? Is that when you get hit enough times with the debuffs, it just unequips your soul stone? It's like you won't need this anymore. You don't have any level 30 abilities left.
This one would welcome Walking One who moves like these ones. If Walking One would talk to this one, If Walking One would talk to this one will answer. This one is a busy one, so Walking One should speak with quick tongue.
Dance revolution. Goes on with, man, I hate talking to these guys. It's very confusing to read it. An unlocked dancer. Could you guys imagine a player going, what? I need to dance for this? But there's a dancer job, so how would I dance for it without the dancer job? This game is broken. I need to be level 60 to continue the main quest, but the main quest is level 21. Why? And then they unlock Dancer, they grind their way to level 60 and unlock Dancer finally. And then they go and do like standard step and nothing happens. And then someone stands next to them like, what are you doing? Just do /dance. Oh no. All this time wasted.
Walking One would bring gift to this one. Walking One is most kind.
I have this and this.
Walking One brings Milkroot. Milkroot fills this one with great joy.
How about that one? How about that one? Is that one also filled with joy, or is the Milkroot only for you? You know, pass it around. It sounds like it's the kind of stuff you would want to pass around, you know? It says, visit Mock Station. Achievement unlocked. Wallet Warrior title attained. Oh man, if that's what it takes to progress the story, I guess I'll have to buy a level boost for Dancer. Oh, nice, Ghost Howler. Is it some nice people there? And what company buffs do they have? Because there's a pretty extensive list that they could have. The Pokeshack. Then someone comes and tells you that what you have to do is use technical step. Ah! Level 70! Good thing I spent money on a level boost instead of just leveling manually, right?
Walking One brings Milkroot. Milkroot fills this one with great joy. This one gives thanks. Gives many, many thanks. Walking One carries message for Elder One. This one will deliver the message to Elder One. Walking One should not worry.
That makes me worry, actually. And you just appeared out of thin air.
Hello there. we're envoys from Gridania, and we're here to treat with your people. Aye, we've come to pay our respects to your elder, and to learn from him more of your Lord Ramu. Who are these ones? These walking ones come from Gridania? Walking one became a dancing one and brought Milkroot, but walking one tricks this one. This one does not like tricks. This one will speak no more. Elder one is busy. Walking one should go home. Go home, you say? But the Sylphs of Little Solace have always welcomed Gridanian envoys with open wings. The letter carried by Caetsu here is an oath of peace penned by the Elder Sitia herself. Still you refuse us? This one's reasons are no business of Walking Ones. Elder One has no words for Gridania. Walking Ones waste everyone's time. Well, I never turned away at the gates. Whatever did we do to deserve such a rude welcome? Was Caetsu's jig insufficiently jiggly?
You know, guys, if you had just not rolled up when you did, then this mission would have been fine. This would have been good, but then you guys came and blew my cover, you know. Ghost Dollar says, so far I've seen food duration buff, spirit gain buff, MGP buff, which is interesting. Thank you, Maha. I'm trying my best. And then you realize a technical step requires you to have passed Heavensward and half of Stormblood. I don't know why, but I like the next dungeon. Oh yeah, which one is that? Yeah, Ghost Hunter, normally the buffs that my free company uses is combat experience and teleportation fee reduction. Right these days with savage raiding, if you're on a free company that likes to do savage raiding, it would make very good sense that they would have food duration and item durability down. Like, I've seen that on savage raiding free companies. Makes perfect sense. But in a more like casual one, experience gain and teleportation fees tend to be very helpful. Like, you can make a lot of money simply by saving money on teleports. Like, that's so much money. And like the battle experience is very small, all things considered, but most of the buffs are money saving in some capacity. The experience is time saving, and some people would appreciate that more. And then Ma says, and then they tell you only Viera can dance. Now go buy the Fantasia. Well, well. Okay, says, my free company changed the buffs every day at 12 at night. Well, the buffs last 24 hours, so they have to place new buffs every 24 hours. So it makes sense. But I wonder why they would, change them up unless they have, a schedule, which could make sense. Like, if they do savage raiding on Tuesday, then that would be the day that they have the food buff and item durability down, right? I'm as baffled as you, but something tells me recent events have our erstwhile fluttery friends feeling uncommonly wary. It would seem we've no choice but to ask around and see how we might earn their trust. Okay. You know, I'm just gonna repeat this. If you guys hadn't come up, if you guys just wasn't here for 1 minute, then we would have been good. Right? So the silencing potion is technically an interrupt, and it would only work in a low-level dungeon. So that means that in level below 20 dungeons, this would double as an interrupt in a way. Which means 3 dungeons. And says, ooh, that's smart. Patience is a virtue, yes. I think the one where it would be most helpful would be Tamtara Deepcroft, because there's a few enemies that can be interrupted there. But that still means that a melee DPS would be able to interrupt by making use of this potion. It's a little bit of a shame that they stopped having these kinds of potions, but I guess they realized the classical RPG elements weren't that important or popular, so they moved away from them.
Say, Caetsu, are you in the mood for dancing? That's right, dancing! You went through all that trouble to learn the Sylph's traditional greeting, but you've greeted hardly any of them. Why, if I were a Sylph, I'd be beside myself with delight to see an adventurer expressing an interest in my culture. Me? Of course I'd be happy to join. Oh, that's smart. There, go those bloody leg cramps of mine acting up again. Ooh, I guess you'll have to dance in my place.
I know what you're up to, Ida, and I'm not impressed.
No need to overthink things. So long as your heart is in it, the Sylphs will understand you. Is that why you don't want to dance?
You don't have a heart in it? You don't have a heart to put into it, or what's going on?
By virtue of the crystal trade, the Sylphs have maintained friendly terms with most every race in Eorzea. Alas, the appearance of Rambu has been as a storm cloud over relations. If peace is to be secured, we must reopen a dialogue with the Sylphs before they have the chance to summon their god again.
Pants on fire, liar. She barely has pants, honestly. Maybe that's the problem.
Walking one's belly is rumbling. This one is not making a meal. This one is boiling bark and flower seeds to dye thread. Color must be jolly, and so must greed making.
Okay, fine. You also get a dance. Look. Isn't this a jiggly jig?
Ooh, walking one knows jolly dance. Jiggly dance. Jolly dance fills this one with good cheer. Let these two be friends.
Okay, can you do anything for me?
This one greets Walking One. Does Walking One need something of this one?
Yeah, okay, sure. They actually had a response. Let's go. What do you do here?
This one is called Knolexia. This one is tasked with weaving for the benefit of all these ones.
These ones are... These conversations would work a lot better if it was like, you know, gesturing at things. Then it would work a lot better.
These ones are skilled at weaving with needle and thread. These ones can make most anything, even houses.
Weave a house?
Walking One notices embroidery on homes. Enchanted patterns for repelling dark things.
Alright. We've weaved a house. We've weaved a house. Hey, Amixia.
This one is weaving cloth. Walking One would know more. This one does not trust Walking One who do not show respect.
Okay, then you also get a dance. I should just put it on my action bars. I keep forgetting. Yeah? How do you like that?
Walking One would be a friend to these ones. This one is overjoyed, but this one keeps the ways of weaving a secret. Even if Walking One learned the secret, Walking One could not weave in the same way.
Excellent. Oh, we can be friends. However, the only thing you could possibly want of me, even if I were to teach you, you would not understand. Or would be incapable of performing it. So there. So you can't help me. Hey, Delexia.
What does Walking One want?
Right. The dancing thing. Is that why you got so annoyed by talking with these guys, Ghost Howler?
Walking One is a friend to these ones. Friendly like gracious elder one of Forest City. Knows how to dance into these ones.
Can Isena dance? I'd like to see that. Bloody oath? Hey, Ida. Do you still have leg cramps? Or is it your turn to do the next round?
Caetsu, would you like to hear the good news or the better news? The good news is that your lovely dancing has brought smiles and high spirits to all of Little Solace. The better news? Why, I've thoroughly recovered from those accursed leg cramps.
Well,
onward to our next adventure.
Alright.
Kaetsu, as an adventurer, you're no stranger to helping distressed folk, I'd wager. Tales of good deeds are quick to spread. The adventurer who comes to the aid of the local populace can go from stranger to hero overnight. No doubt you see what I'm getting at. The sylphs who make their home in Little Solace do so having been driven from their woodland home. Surely they have their fair share of troubles. Seek out troubled sylphs and see what might be done to ease their worries. A sound plan, would you not say?
Mark, Okay, Ida, with your leg cramps?
That's it. The sylphs are not known to share their worries with outsiders. You would be better off inquiring with Hera Imedia of the Gridanians who reside here. She is most likely to be privy to the sylphs' troubles.
Imedia. I would like you to help me immediately.
Praise be to the elementals. I cannot express how happy I am to see an adventurer with a truly gentle heart.
I mean, I joined the Twin Adders on the account of, I believe, a raging blood cry or something? A blood-curdling war cry? But sure, gentle heart. Wink.
The sylphs of Little Solace are sorely in need of aid. Pray hear me out.
Hear me out.
Okay. Being a temporary settlement, Little Solace
garners little solace.
wants for amenities, not least a stout set of defenses. Consequently, beasts from realms around are free to wander in and terrorize the hapless residents. The Ziz Gorlins and Gall Gnats that roam these parts are especially troublesome, but slaying one of each should serve as a warning to the rest.
Just one? Just one, okay.
Furthermore, perhaps you could gather 3 brownie brushes as well. They play an important role in sylphic culture. I do not claim to know the details, and what with such feral beasts prowling the forests, they're not easily come by. When you're done with the deeds, seek out Kombuxio. He is slow to warm to outsiders, but your good intentions will not be lost on him. My own experience speaks to this.
Okay, so punch a giant insect, punch a giant bird, and grab like 3 bushes or something? What a quest.
Let's see. Oh, there's one here.
So what are you guys up to? Are you guys farming something in game, or doing some hard content where somehow you sometimes have have the space to check it on me? Dungeons. Expert roulette? Lazy for you. Mars doing side stories. Okay. There are a lot of funny side stories, just side quests in general, in Endwalker. I really like the ones in Elpis. I'm not going to go into more detail than that, because just talking about Elpis, what that is and where it is a massive spoiler. But there's a lot of funny quests in Endwalker. Just interesting and sweet quests as well. Ghosthaller is doing expert roulette, alright. Hopefully you're gonna make the weekly cap. You shall visit.
Dancing One is still here. Dancing One can dance all night. This one's trust is not so easily earned.
But what if I came with mushrooms, though? Last time I came with, like, smoking roots. And this time I'm actually coming with actual mushrooms. Like, do you need to know more? Another Lalafell. She's cute. Isn't she cute? She has cat whiskers. Adorable.
Dancing one brings brownie brushes for this one. This one can dye thread once more. This one is pleat.
Oh, you make thread. You make thread of you dye thread. EDM concert. Twins. Oh yeah. She has a very close to the same hairstyle, but not exactly the same. I think she's cute. But I think pretty much all Lalafells are cute. I'm sure Mackerel knows that.
Dancing one kills bitey, bossy one. This one hates bitey, bossy ones. Dancing one is kind. Too kind. Many walking ones come to these one's abode, but few are friendly like Dancing one. Perhaps this one was wrong not to trust Dancing one after all.
Yes, trust me.
This one asks Dancing one for forgiveness. These ones have many troubles since walking ones last came to our abode. This one must be careful, always careful. But Dancing one is not like other walking ones. This one can trust Dancing one. This one would ask Dancing one for help. The strange walking ones with bodies of steel come to the home of these ones. This one thinks steel ones come from Empire. Where Empire goes, many living ones become dead ones. Trees fall and bushes burn. These ones' home is in danger. Danger! This one begs of Dancing one to help this one no more. Dancing one is friends with these ones and walking ones, yes? Dancing one must speak to these ones here and walking ones in Hot House and find out more. This one has bad feeling. This one fears steel ones are after something. But this one should speak no more. Go, Dancing one. This one depends on kindness of Dancing one.
And this one is already tired of this speaking pattern. Hey, Saption, how are you? Hello, Belixia.
Still, strange steel walking ones? Yes, this one has seen. Steel walking ones carry big boxes. Maybe walking ones hunt for shiny treasure? This one likes treasure.
I might not be able to come up with enough unique sylph voices, but I'll try my best. Starring Jet Li in Final Fantasy XIV. Dancing one. I'm the dancing queen.
Shush, shush. This one says steel walking ones are scary, like touched ones. This one hates scary, and scary ones have scary friends.
There's Snuggle Bums again. What a name. A giant net. But it is Maha, it's a using side quests as a way to level a job is decent if you want to do the side quests anyway. Just based on personal experience, I just want to let you know that side quests in Endwalker are not great for like your experience per hour. So that's why I think it's very important that you focus on having fun with the stories, because it's not going to be worth it for just the experience. If you're just gonna mash through the quest lines anyway, then you might as well just do something that gives more experience per hour. But it's totally worth doing the quests for their stories alone.
Fearsome types clad head to toe in steel, you say? Imperial soldiers, no doubt. I couldn't tell you what they're plotting, but I'm sure it's nothing good. Oh, the ones in Ratatan, like the job store, like the role quest lines. Right, okay. Yeah, those, there's a little bit more value, so they give more experience, I believe, and they unlock dyeing the outfits you get at level 89. Men clad in strange armor. Why, now that you mention it, I did see some suspicious types of late. They were gathering deep in the forest. I simply assumed they were adventurers.
Oh, yeah? Oh, you're sure about that? What is sheep? Finishing now, what is sheep? What do you mean?
What is sheep? What is sheep?
Why is sheep? How is sheep?
This one is happy to see Dancing One return. What did Dancing One learn?
Oh, what is sleep? Okay, you need to count some sheep.
This one sees steel. This one sees steel walking ones come from Empire, carry boxes, and go walking deep through trees. As this one thought, steel walking ones are up to nasty, no good things. This one knows forest well. Steel walking ones try to hide, but this one will find them. This one would borrow Dancing One's map. This one makes mark right here. This is where steel ones hide. This one knows. Dancing One will go looking for steel ones, yes?
Does that mean you're going, Maha? Or are you continuing forth despite lacking sleep? A box. Oh. Oh. Well, unfortunately for you people, I'm highly overqualified for this mission, you see. Nope, someone else joined. So you continue till you floor tank IRL. Okay. Well, I'm glad to see you here. But don't make me make you lose sleep. We already have our interesting scenario with Andromeda that had a hard time leaving. Ghost Howler says, for the very first time, Kaitsu, my tank abandoned the dungeon midway. Like, what? You just out of nowhere they just left? The second DPS never showed. We've been going along alright with just the one DPS. Oh no. Oh no. Maybe that's why he left. He got tired of how slow it was going. Hypothetically.
Dancing One is back. This one breathed sigh of relief. This one was worried. Dancing One found something?
Yes, a letter apparently.
Dancing One found paper inside of box. This is a message from Empire?
Yeah, I found paper in a box.
This one can read Walking One's symbols. Message paper has names of food and rocks. Food and rocks were inside boxes. This one knows. But this one does not understand. Food and rocks mentioned all come from home of these ones. How do steel walking ones know to find them? Is there a sneaky one hiding behind this one's wings? Snooping one selling secrets to steel walking ones? This one fears for this one's home, but Dancing One has helped this one much today. Dancing One must promise to always be friend to these ones. Pinky promise?
Potions. He died fighting Beatrice in the new dungeon. Oh, and then he didn't want to go anymore. Oh. Yeah, it's not entirely optimal that the filling in a dungeon is optional. Like, I genuinely think that the join party and progress should be toggled by default, at least for roulettes. But that's probably why you're having trouble finding replacements. Usually groups reach the end, but it's very surprising when you can't find a single replacement DPS. I don't know if it's because it's Saturday. Like, what time is it where you are, Ghost Howler? Maybe there's an explanation there.
Helpful ones arrive at a good time. This one needs helpful ones' help. One of these ones named Claxio ventured outside Little Solace alone. Alone is unsafe. Helpful one must find Claxio.
I'm glad that you have names.
Claxio struck west after leaving the settlement. Hurry before Claxio ends up in the belly of a beastly one.
I'm really glad that they at least have names. Oh, your second DPS was AFK all that time. Is that what you mean? I thought you meant that you got in and then shortly after you started they left. I didn't expect that they would be actually AFK and just be left to it. Well, I can show you how you initiate a vote kick, Ghost Howler. If you're in a party in a roulette and you right-click them from this menu, the default key is O, but if you can't find it, it's the party members here. You right-click their name, and in this drop-down menu, it will show I can't remember if it says vote to kick or something like that. But when you choose that one, it will prompt you that you have to give a legitimate reason. Like, you can't just kick people for no reason. But AFK is a legitimate reason that is on the list, if I remember correctly. And now, don't use this power for evil, because the thing is, if you kick someone this way and they know how to report you for misusing the system, which, by the way, if people treat you bad, this one, and I'm not talking about sylphs, you click this one, and then you put in the information. And then you just explain what happened. And within an hour, you'll get a response that typically amounts to, thank you for reporting this. We can't tell you what we're going to do about it, but we're going to do something about it. And, well, hopefully you don't meet this offending person again. And that's all you need to worry about, but hopefully they got reprimanded, right? I've had to do that sometimes when people have been actively not playing in content where you can't initiate a vote kick. You don't think he was AFK? It was like he was in limbo trying to load in. Oh, that sounds problematic. But I would also say that I have done content, if you know what Delubrum Reginae is, I have done content like that, where, by the way, you can't kick people, but where players would be there in person right up until the first boss gets pulled, then they would just intentionally get themselves killed to the first boss mechanic that can kill you. And then they would just, quote-unquote, disconnect. And they would typically magically log back in again during the final boss fight. Suddenly their internet connection worked again. And I'm 99% sure that they were doing that intentionally. So just remember that maybe that guy wasn't in limbo. It's possible that they were trying to fake having problems, but that would also be how a genuine player with problems would look, so you never know for sure. But I just wanted to point out that there are people that misuse that too.
What? Walking one wants this one to return to Little Solace? Don't make this one laugh. This one is weary of living with those who are not these ones. This one wants to be alone. These ones rely on walking ones for everything. No better than those ones that summoned a primal one. Small wonder this one chose to leave. This one thought this a likely place to build a home, but then meddling one arrives. Forces this one to go deeper into the forest. Meddling one is forbidden from following this one. Away with meddling one.
I'm the meddling one. They call me the meddling one. I meddle by charging into you with my giant magic school bus. But now, Ghost Howler, now you know how to initiate a vote kick when people are being meanies. Is that a conjure? It's a thaumaturge. Alright, and they're also like level 38. Excellent.
What? Claxio refused to return to these ones and went deeper into the forest? But this one saw touched ones lurking in the forest. Helpful one must hurry. Hurry and find Claxio. Helpful one should search for spools of thread on the forest floor. Those things will lead helpful one to Claxio. But hurry. Hurry before touched ones take Claxio away.
If it weren't for you meddling kid, if it wasn't for you meddling kids,
And I would have gotten away with it too. And this one would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for these meddling ones.
I think we're at least going to get level 40 ability. Yeah. Scooby-Doo. We're gonna get guys, we're gonna get AoE today. We're gonna get some AoE today. Oh boy. Sink down to level 26. At least we have full thrust. We didn't have that last time we got synced down.
Meddling one is back. This one told meddling one to be gone. Tell Kamuxio that this one will never go back. Never.
Let's go! Full thrust! Hey Bogjack, welcome back. Many ones happened. Apparently, we're the meddling one. And a Scooby-Doo reference was made by us.
Touched ones? Touched ones should go away too. This one is good one. Everyone should just leave this one alone.
Hi guys.
Be on your guard, Caetsu. These sylphs have been tempered. Brought under the thrall of the primal...
I thought... Primal Ramu. I thought they were in the works of summoning Ramu and hadn't done so yet.
Akin to the Amalyar tempered by Ifrit, these sylphs exist only to serve their deity.
They'll not answer to words, only steal. I take no pleasure in this, but it must be done.
I'm glad your cramps are done, Ida. Maybe if you changed your pants, maybe you would have less problems. I don't know if that's the problem, but it's just a suggestion. You're pantsant. You're not pants. Pantsant. Oh, if only I had an AoE attack, right? The monster is the mayor for sure. Yeah. She's dancing. Yeah, that's true. She's dancing now. Look. She's breakdancing. More enemies. Oh dear. It's a Milkroot marble. They've made their smokes attack for them.
Take this. Wham!
Okay. Okay. My work here is done, but you didn't do anything. Away! The marble just, I'm head out, just leaves.
This one is safe. This one was so scared. Caetsu, this one has been worried. So very worried. Is Caetsu unharmed? Still in possession of wits? Comoxio and Meddling One as well? Why are these two here? These two came to rescue Caetsu. That Caetsu is safe fills this one with joy. Comoxio, forgive this one. This one did not mean to run away from Little Solace. This one was just afraid. These ones who live at Little Solace were changing, becoming friendly with other ones. This one feared that these ones were forgetting who these ones are, like Touched Ones did, but this one was wrong. This one can see that now. Meddling, helpful one. This one is grateful. This one will return to Little Solace to be with Comoxio and friendly ones.
I would like to invest my memories here. Yes, and it's gone. Like this. And it's gone. Pokejack says, and I would have caught Caetsu if it weren't for the walking one and the small dancing one. Is that what the marble says?
And I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for this meddling dancing one, this tiny sassy child.
Well, that should see to that. What say we return to Little Solace as well? I, for one, could do with a nice hot bath.
Do they have baths at Little Solace? Nice. Is that also weaved? The sassy lost child, right?
And I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for this sassy lost child, also known as the meddling one.
A poor blue mage? Wait, what? Did we pass a blue mage?
The meddling one.
Can I have that as a title? No. I wish that they gave you that. I could imagine that there is a way to get the meddling one as a title, but not. We have a person named Dragon Cat. And it's a cat.
You're a meddling one, Kai.
I'm a what?
You're a meddling one.
Oh, a blue mage using the water cannon. Well, you have to start somewhere.
This one thought Caetsu was lost forever. Helpful one saved Caetsu. Now these ones can be family again. This one has known many walking ones, even many kind walking ones, but Helpful One is kindest and strongest of all. Helpful One is a hero to these ones.
So am I a heroic one, maybe?
Helpful One will bring these ones and walking ones closer together. This one knows. This one would take Helpful One to see Elder One. But Elder One is... Elder One is...
Instead of speaking snake, you speak dragoon. Yeah, the way you speak it is that you say something in plain old English, and then you just backflip off a cliff, and then the person listening in is like, oh, right. Elder One. Elder One is the meddling one. The true meddling one. It was the meddling one all along.
This one must ask Kind One's forgiveness. This one made promise to take Kind One to see Elder One, yes? But this one cannot. This one cannot because Elder One is not here.
Convenient.
Elder One is not anywhere. Elder One went into forest yesterday, but has not come back.
So Elder One is a touched one?
This one is worried. Elder One often goes into forest, but never for this long. Kind One will help find Elder One, yes? Near where Elder One disappeared is the home of a walking one named Buscaron. Buscaron may know what happened to Elder One. This one would talk to our Buscaron, but walking ones do not always trust these ones. Would Kind One talk to Buscaron for this one? And Kind One comes from Gridania, yes? In Gridania live many Kind Ones, yes? This one begs of Kind One. Please go to Gridania and ask fellow Kind Ones for help. And please hurry. These ones are not safe until Elder One returns.
It's basically like saying there's a dungeon coming up. Bookcheck is also known as the language of jumping. You have to do a backflip to finish your sentences. Yep. Yep. It's like that, if you know this Rhythm Heaven game, there's that reporter and wrestler thing where it's like,
Habba dabba dabba, is that true?
and then the wrestler does like a pose. It's like that, except you just say your thing and then you just go, whoo, and jump. That's a very, I guess that's a very obscure reference, but if you know Rhythm Heaven, then you probably know what I mean. There's also someone that made like a meme video where they, in Shadowbringers, where they use Thancred and Urianger, I believe. So if you've seen that one, you might know what I mean. Well, if it isn't our intrepid ambassador, how fare your diplomatic efforts with the Sylph tribes? Their elder one's gone missing, you say? Why, if he were to end up in the hands of the tempered ones, we'd have a crisis on our hands. You can assure the Sylphs that my sharpest-eyed serpents will be on the lookout night and day. No stone must be left unturned. I would ask you to call upon Giamolkor at Bent Branch Meadows and deliver the message that the Wood Whalers are needed in the search effort. Oh, wait, you have a quest? Oh, PvP quest. Hello. How many do I... Oh, maybe apply for promotion? Oh. Not enough currency. Alright. Can I buy something from you? I can buy ventures. Look at that Lalafell. Yes, he has fox ears. Anyway. You have not gotten to that part yet. You haven't, you're right, you haven't gotten through Shadowbringers yet. In that case, it would be a bad idea to watch that meme video. But it's funny. Not that it's a huge spoiler, it's just that it uses some characters and references that would maybe feel a little bit spoilery if you saw them now. We're just gonna send Miss Cece on another venture. I did see that she was back. Oh, Pokeshack, if you just... Like, I'll just tell you what you need to look for to find it. If you just look for Rhythm Bringers on YouTube, then it'll show up. That easy. is really funny, and the channel that hosts that is really like, they have some incredibly funny content, but most of it is like super turbo spoilers. So I would recommend that you make sure that you get far enough that the Shadowbringers content that's on the channel won't spoil you. View report. Oh boy, 5 animal skins, and you leveled up, Miss CC. I'm so proud of you. You live to serve. Thank you. Miss CC has gained experience from completing a venture. Like you, your retainer can gain experience and levels. This in turn will allow your retainer to undertake a wider variety of ventures, yielding more desirable items. Moreover, equipping additional gear to your retainer will increase both the quantity and quality of the items procured. Go and get me this, sure. This is less experience, yeah? Yep. Then get that for me, please. Let me just try again, Ghost Howler. Let me just see that I have given you the correct thing to look for. Okay. Let me just try again. One of them is named exactly this, and that's the one with the Rhythm Heaven joke. Boogie Bringers is another hilarious one, and apparently I've now discovered that those are 2 different channels, but they're both really funny, and both sort of a little bit, one of them is a little bit and the other one is extremely Shadowbringers spoilers. But they're both good. Like you Ghost Howler, you like shot an arrow, missed the mark, and just hit like bullseye on a mark behind it. So you're good. You're fine. A message from Commander here. A message from Commander Hirlois, you say? The Sylph Elder has vanished. Worry not, friend. The Wood Whalers have eyes under every leaf, behind every branch. If the Elder is anywhere in these forests, we shall find him. Excellent. And on that note, you want me to run all the way to the next zone? Okay. Mogjig says, now I want to finish Shadowbringers just to watch the video. You know, I'm pretty sure if you have friends that like watch the funny meme videos on YouTube that can be lore critical in ways like this, you will find that in part they're pushing you to do your main quest precisely because they have these like waiting in the wing, wanting to send them to you, like, oh man, I can't wait to share this funny thing. Just like how they might be looking forward to you experiencing a particularly funny thing in the story. Wow. That's bright. And Ghostwriter says, first 10 seconds. In the waking sands. This scene can't be skipped. Oh no. Oh no. pray. I feel like it's been a while since we have been prayed to return to the Waking Sands. Maybe the meme is a little more than what it actually is in reality. Hey, Boscaran. Remember... I know this man. Do you remember me? You know? The Lancer? Maybe he's having trouble because he didn't really look at me when I was here the first time. Like, he just saw, like, the counter and saw, like, a little spear peeking over. And he's like, oh, another one of these Lalafels. Nah, I'm just gonna give them the spiel. Do the thing, you know.
Well met, adventurer. We have the finest grog and grub this side of... Huh? Not here to fill your belly, then? Ah, hunger for news, is it? Aye, there's been talk of a sylph lurking hereabouts, but I couldn't rightly say if it be the elder you seek. Those woodland scamps all look alike, short of painting one red and another one blue. Most folk would struggle to tell two of them apart. If you've the time, mayhap you could stay a while and see what the gods have in store. You never know, you might even stumble across this sylph elder yourself.
Pogek says that if someone told me not to go beyond 5.3 until I had Endwalker because I'm going to die for the story. Oh, like they meant make sure you have Endwalker before you go to past 5.3 because there's gonna be so much cliffhanger that you won't be able to see? Is that what you mean? Yeah, because that was quite a hidden gem with a little over 130,000 views. Well, it's been up for a few years, so it's like it had its spot in the limelight, and then people saw it, and then, you know, as things go, people move on. Like a bit like how that 1,000 hours of Black Mage video, I'm sure that it exploded in popularity as far as I remember when it was new, and then people had seen it. And then it like falls, it like turns into one of these hidden gems. You know, a bit like Mad Because Small, that series that keeps building. We're happy because Small, so I don't know what they're on about. Can I land on the chair?
No word on the sylph elder yet, but I'm sure it's only a matter of time. In the meantime, how about doing a favor for old Boscaran in return? Right, then, let's put you to work. There's a customer outside who's spoiling for a fight, and I need you to cool him off for me. No need to go cracking any skulls, though. Just take this tub of cold water and douse the drunkard. Tends to do the trick. My patrons can swill grog all night and carouse loud enough to wake the dead if they wish, but as soon as it turns violent, I've got to put my boot down.
Pokeshak says, he told me to first have Endwalker before touching 5.4 for your mental health. And yeah, I did see Pint's edits are very, very impressive. Yeah, exactly, Pokeshak. You may have noticed in previous post-expansion storylines like End of Stormblood and End of Heavensward that at some point it feels like it moves completely away from the expansion you are in and starts talking specifically about something new. A bit like how you remember that that there was this sudden shift in the very late parts of Stormblood where suddenly you had to open wide the gates or something like that. It's because at that point in the post game they're laying the foundation for the next expansion, and around 5.4 does sound about when Endwalker's introductory stuff starts coming around, like the stuff that you really need to have the rest for. But let me just check to be sure. Because there's one thing that I do think that you should be able to see. Yeah. I would say that the Shadowbringer's story ends quite convincingly at 5.3. So if you do the stuff in 5.3, then you're fine. Then you have seen the ending of Shadowbringers. And then it would be beneficial to get Endwalker so that you don't get like a full stop in the middle of your main quest. And Pokeshack also says, as I told you, Buzzgron acts as if he didn't know you, and that a week ago he instructed you in your online Lancer classes. Yeah, exactly. I do remember that you did mention that. Which is why I was like, wait a minute, I know you. Maybe you don't recognize me because you didn't even see me, and I guess you were right. It was just online Lancer classes, just you have to meet up in person. He will just not look at you.
What are you staring at? You wanna keep them eyes in your face?
Splash.
No Vegas cheats, that's gold. What do you mean, no fighting? This Duskwhite scum was... I know the rules. That bastard gets to keep his skin. For now.
It'll be okay. You'll be fine. There we are. Hey, Buzzgron.
Nicely done, Kaitsu. I'll not have my patrons picking fights with each other over a bit of petty prejudice. In case you didn't see, the bloke who caught the brunt of that outburst is a Duskwhite Ellison. There are people who shun cities to live in the wilds, making them no better than brigands in the eyes of many. To be fair, the Duskwhites can be an unruly lot, but they ain't so bad once you get to know them, and it don't seem right to bar a whole race of people from the Druthers for the misdeeds of a few. There should be at least one place where anyone willing to pay the coin and drink in peace is welcome, don't you think?
Yeah, I do think so. An egg. A chicken egg. Thanks. Weird. Small guy. You'll be fine. Just the drunk Dustbite is like, who lost a child? What's happening?
I appreciate all the good you've done for our patrons. If you aren't disinclined, I have a favor of my own to ask you. There's a Kikian friend of mine, you see, name of Tetaroon, a good lad. It was right after the calamity that I came across him fallen in the shroud. He nearly died in all the havoc, so I took him in and nursed him back to health best I could. He worked here at my druthers for a spell after that. Got to talking about striking out on his own, he did. And not long after cast his lot with a merchant bound for Lanacea. Well, it just so happens I got to cleaning up around here and came across something of his. This scarlet earring. I know he was fond of the thing, but he must have just forgotten it when he left, so I'd like to see it gets to him. Can't say for sure where he ended up, but might be a friend of mine can. A rugged fellow named Bainsing. You can find him on Hawker's Alley in Limsa. He knows everything of the comings and goings of merchants there.
I feel like I was supposed to do something completely different. I thought we were supposed to talk with a sylph here. Dr. Wire says, how do you delete or decline a fellowship invitation? The notification plagues my screen. Can you get invited to a fellowship? I thought you could only, like, join a fellowship. I don't know, Dr. Wire. My best suggestion is, I think that you can probably join it and then just leave. I would say if you try and go into the fellowship list here, like under social and fellowships, you could try and see if it's here somewhere. If it is, you could try that. But my best suggestion for getting rid of it would probably be, like, I'm 99% sure that you can just join it and leave. Like, just join it and then immediately leave. I'm sure that would also give them a sign that you didn't actually want the invitation. Probably not gonna get re-invited after that. And Ghostala says, what is a fellowship? Seen it, but haven't looked any further than that. It's a little bit like a link shell, but a little more like broader and then less personal than that. So it's a little... there's a community for... It's basically like a little community. Hey! Is your name Lexwell? Does that work? Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And I hope you're having a good evening, or morning, or afternoon, depending on where you are. And I really appreciate that. That's really awesome. Yeah, it's fellowships are really like, they can be anything, and often they recommend you join their Discord separately. Lowell. Okay. Yeah, there's a lot of them, and I haven't personally used the fellowships much, so I don't know for certain. The closest I've gotten to it was that when I was looking for ways to suggest people find a savage raid team, or savage raiders to raid with, I did see that there are people doing that in the fellowships, so they could, so like it's a place you could try. But beyond that, I haven't really looked into it much. Where's our return spot? Gridania, okay, well then teleport to Limsaluminta then. I love to lose 500 gil for that. And Lewil is trying Lance and Dragoon at the moment. Oh, okay. So am I. I hope you're enjoying Dragoon. It can be at the start it can be a little dull because you don't get that many buttons to begin with, and then later on it can be very quickly very overwhelming, I feel. But I hope you're having fun with it. You found your way to August Alley. You found your way to August Alley, friend. Again, what worked at the Druthers? I speak of Teteroon. Related to that Kyokuroon bloke just over there by some blood or another. Two of them put in together and were making good coin. But old Teteroon up and left Limsa not long ago. Couldn't say as to why or where. You're better off asking Kyokuroon himself. He can be tight of lip, though. I warn you. Best to take this chicken egg with you. Little bastard loves the bloody things. Good to hear about old Busk. Good to hear about old Busk, though. Sounds as though he ain't changed a bit. Just like him to send a venture along. Too shy to come his own self. Gosh, I miss drinking with that fool. Noel says, for leveling is this good? Hunting logs until I can unlock duty roulette, and then spam that until I can do the highest dungeon for my... Yeah, that does sound pretty decent. My suggestion, since you're a DPS, is do your hunting log, and if somehow your hunting log runs out of things, and you aren't high enough level for any duty roulettes yet, do fates in the area where you are or where your next hunting target is going to be. You could also do the Guildhest roulette. I don't think we have that unlocked, but if you do the Guildhest stuff at the smithy, like these ones, if you do enough of them, you will unlock the Guildhest daily roulette. That gives good XP if you're like somewhere between level 10 and 30. Like after 30, it's not really worth doing. And there's also, it's just, they're good for learning things. The problem is that many of them teach you things that you don't need anymore. But that is a way. But I do think hunting log until you can do duty roulette is a good idea. Once you have access to duty roulette, queue for duty roulette, and while you're waiting for the queue to pop, continue to do your hunting log. If you run out of hunting log, like I said before, again, do fates. The worst thing that can happen is that you've thrown into a dungeon and don't get your fate reward, but it's better than just standing there and waiting, and that can take some time sometimes. And if you run out of roulettes to do, as you suggest yourself, do the highest dungeon for your level. That is definitely a really good choice. The problem with melee, or that's not what I'm talking about, the problem with DPS in general is that they have longer queues, so you might run out of stuff to do. And Maha also suggests leave quests. Those are also decent options. If there are leave quests in your area, in your level range, then you can do leave quests. I would not really recommend doing leave quests for XP after level 50. Like from level 1 to 50, they're decent. After level 50, I would not recommend doing leave quests with combat jobs. Then they're like going more and more over to being crafter-gatherer specific. But yeah, hunting logs, fates, leave quests, and then you sprinkle those in while doing your duty roulette or spamming dungeons. Does that make sense, Lowell? Hello, Kyokurun.
Customer, be welcome. Not customer, not come with custom. Kyokurun busy with business, too busy for blather.
But how about if I have this egg, though?
Chicken egg. Kyokurun love chicken egg. Love chicken egg more than love customer. Looking for Teterun? Teterun no here no more. Teterun leave Limsa. Teterun go look for Sparklies. Now working at trading post. Good trading post. Forget what trading post is.
Thanks.
Weinberg, no Teterun. Weinberg, no trading post. Weinberg at Ferry Docks. You go to Ferry Docks. Kyokurun forget things. Weinberg remember things. You talk to Weinberg, not Kyokurun.
Don't know where to unlock leave quests. Let me just see here. So, Lowell, if you go to the Adventurers Guild, I don't know which city you started in, but in either Limsa, Gridania, or Uldar, there should be a leave mate, a so-called leave mate there. And they, if you haven't unlocked leave quests yet, they should have a quest for you. And once you've done that, then each zone will have a blue quest with a plus to unlock leave quests in that zone. I would say try that, but leave quests aren't like the most crucial thing for leveling your jobs. It is most helpful for gatherers and crafters, I would say, but it's good to unlock it. I hope that makes sense. Pokeshak says, in my case, I played roulette once a day and then I chose the dungeons on my level directly while I did something else and put option to enter a dungeon that had already been started. Yeah, exactly. I don't know, Lewel. It's a lot more right in your face when you get to Ishgard. Like, it's right there. It's like you can see the leave quest area from the Aetheryte. That's not the case with the Adventurers Guilds. And Maha also suggests Palace of the Dead. Palace of the Dead is decent experience, but spamming the highest level dungeon you can is better experience. The only problem is that for DPS jobs, the queue time tends to kill it a little bit, which is why the thing that you need to do to make it work is bridge the time between dungeons by finding something somewhat worthwhile to do to keep the experience going while waiting. So if you can find stuff to do, I would definitely recommend spamming dungeons over Palace of the Dead. Also because doing dungeons will give you more opportunities to learn how to play your job in general content, while Palace of the Dead tends to teach you how to play your job in Palace of the Dead, and only Palace of the Dead, and Heaven on High. So it is an option, but I would not recommend it. Dragoon, hey, I seen him. That is to say, I saw him. He was headed somewhere up north, by way of the ferry to Aleport. Might as well head there and see what you can suss out. The skipper here can take you there. When you arrive, I'd start by asking, Adelfred. He's an old hand what knows a great deal about a great many things. Let's see. Masters during queues, fate farming, and eventually get a chain going and develop key above. Oh yeah. I don't know if there are those like fate buffs in low level fates. It says, what was that you mentioned? Guild Crest? No, I said Guild Hest. Do you know what the Smith? Does the Smith ring a bell? For you? I'll show you the Smith. Near all of the first few dungeons in the game, you will meet the Smith. That looks like a name where someone just face planted into the keyboard. So, the Smith, I don't know why he doesn't have it right now, but they usually have like a big sprout icon over their head. What they offer is like a starting tutorial for like super basic things in the game. Like, you might think, I know how to play the game, but it does actually teach you things like how exactly you're supposed to read telegraphs. Like, you're supposed to step out of the telegraph before the cast finishes, even though the animation happens seconds later. Things like that. It also teaches you how to deal with like keeping aggro as a tank, or dealing with healing and attacking as a healer, and how you're supposed to position yourself as a DPS and things like that. And it rewards your gear, like these brand new gloves and this brand new skirt and these brand new shoes that are like, they're like just as good as like level 18 equipment. And then you also get this brand new ring for completing the entire thing. When you've completed this, like this tutorial essentially, then he will offer you to do guild hests, if I remember correctly. And basically you do one guild hest and then you unlock the next one. As you can see, the completion reward is really good. Like really, really good, right? So you should probably not bother with them if you're above level 30, I would say. But they're decent experience if you're level 10 to 30. Like, it's an extra roulette you can do. And they take much less time than a dungeon. But they're mainly helpful because you can queue for them at level 10, while dungeons are level 15, right? You skipped a bunch of the blue quests and just did main quest and class quest for your initial run. You just finished Stormblood with your level 80 Sage. Wow, okay. Yeah, that's what happens often. Like, if you ask friends what you're supposed to do, they almost always say, just do the main quest and your job quests, but just focus on that. Everything else can wait. But there are some things that you could benefit from doing while you're still low level. If you have any jobs that are below level 30, talking with the smith is good, because this ring gives you bonus experience if you're below level 30. Incidentally, I got the ring on my main right around when I had just leveled the last basic class level 30, so I had nothing to use it for. So now that you know, I would recommend you go and do it. You're welcome, Lowell. And Pokjak says, things like taking the ads from the tank being the DPS. Yeah, exactly. One particularly interesting tip that you get as a DPS is to intercept ads that spawn mid-fight and pick them up as a DPS. Which it sounds really backwards, but we did like 2 dungeons that same evening that we did that task. And this ended up being helpful in both of them. Actually, we did 3 dungeons that evening, I believe. But yeah, points those stats. You started off with Monk until you unlocked Sage, but now you miss DPS but want to try something new. After Stormblood, it really made you want to try Dragoon. Oh, okay. Yeah, because Estinian is too cool. Yeah, I can see that. I can see that. He also plays a big role in the Dragoon questline.
Tetheroon, I saw him, that is to say, I seen him. He took himself north, through Skull Valley into Oakwood, was looking for a place to run by his fellow Kakin. I reckon he meant the one right on the shore of Bronze Lake. Meme Rune. Mimeroon's trading post. Follow the road and you're sure to find it.
Meme Rune. That's his name now. Yeah, he is the Azure Dragoon after all. One benefit you could say in trying Dragoon now and not later, Lowell, is that maybe you have heard about this, but there is a suspicion that based on the fact and what we've heard, in the next expansion, Dragoon is expected to get some major changes. So if you want to try the Dragoon before it gets potentially a very altering overhaul, then this is the perfect time to do that. Oh my god, Zodiac is a roulette. Oh boy. That Rigadan broke his neck just to talk to you. Well, he should have just kneeled down. Haven't you seen those like picture guides on how to talk with a dwarf? I would totally not have been offended. Look at that, we have Zaber visiting. After watching Zepla HQ MTQ capture Arthas, Matsui Sakai, Sevis, Kogan, Pint, Asmongold, Haruhisatsu, Quasi Final Fantasy XIV, YouTube's videos. YouTube's recommended me to your Final Fantasy XIV stream. Well, thank you for the summary, Saber. You'll potentially get to experience the Summoner rework backlash instead of Dragoon instead. What do you mean? Maybe I'd like to understand. I'm just asking, can you elaborate what you mean?
Customer, be welcome. Not customer, not come with custom. Bring something for Tetheroon.
An earring.
Tetheroon, forget this. Forget it, Druthers. Tetheroon swore would never forget earring, but never forgot. Tetheroon, thank. Tetheroon, thank. Good, Boscaroon, doing good. Good, Boscaroon, good to Tetheroon. Tetheroon miss good, Boscaroon. Oh.
Huh. Well, I'll take the money then. And we're level 40 and get to have a new ability. Oh yeah, don't worry about the Gobio. He's not gonna hurt me. I'm too powerful. Your friends that played Summoner do not like how easy they made Summoner to play after rework. And you're assuming that they might make Dragoon easy in the future rework. They might. Many of the, one of the things that made Summoner really complicated to play in Shadowbringers was, in my opinion, that I did in fact main Summoner in a Savage Raid team during Shadowbringers, some part of it. was that it felt like it had like 3 or 4 ideas. And none of them really worked that well together. Like, the whole managing your Eggy's abilities thing didn't work with the fact that, like, a quarter of the time you had a primal instead. And your dots didn't really make any sense in the whole ad management situation. And the thing with energy drain and that felt like it was just kind of there. It could have been just as well just a single OGCD that did a really large amount of damage, and it would have been just as good. In my opinion, the problem with Summoner being reworked is that Summoner was the dot-centric job while also being the pet-centric job. And there is not really a pet-centric job anymore, because Scholar isn't that pet-centric either. And the closest you get to a dot-centric job now is bad, but the whole proccing their repertoire from their dots has been removed from their dots, so they're not that dot-centric. It's just that their dots are there and they do damage, but you don't really think much about it. So the thing that is a problem with Summoner being reworked isn't so much that Summoner is now easier, in my opinion. I think Summoner as it is now is excellent. The problem is that it left 2 holes in the lineup. We're missing a good pet job, and we're missing a good dot job. And the problem with the pet job thing is that Final Fantasy XIV and technically also competing MMOs have had huge trouble making a pet job work well. They often simplify it in some capacity or make the pet very easy to manage to compensate. And I think Final Fantasy XIV Ultimate, they just didn't want to do that, so they removed the pet. But people like pet jobs, and that's completely understandable. We just don't have one now. Like, the best we have is Scholars managing Eos or Celine. That's how I see it, but they would probably make Dragoon easier by virtue of being simpler. Like, its toolkit would be a lot more coherent, which will probably make it easier. I don't know if it will make it less fun, but it would probably make it easier, yes, Lowell. Good Boscaroon helped Teteroon. Teteroon dead without good Boscaroon. Must give thankies, many thankies. Teteroon make Kiki and firewater for Boscaroon. Boscaroon love firewater. You help Teteroon make firewater? Need thingies to make. Need many thingies. Oh no. Need Quirl Pup Whiskers. Need 3 good Quirl Pup Whiskers. Is that the only thingy? I'm gonna be really mad if I get back and then you go, oh yeah, there was also these 5 other things. Oh, hunting target. Don't mind me, King Crab. I'm just gonna take your small guys here. I made just a new character, Lowell. I'm on a server, a completely different server, and the only reason why I have a nice outfit with dyes and everything is because one of my free company friends, Mackerel, decided to come by and just hand it to me. Otherwise, we would have not had like really a glamour outfit. But it is just a new character. Just a moment. Bojack says, I'm a fan of pet jobs, as I mentioned before, and although the summoner is not what I was looking for, it's still fun. And tries to compensate with the effects of the summoning of the primal big with the skill at 80+. Yeah. I think it's kind of funny how they've incorporated the carbuncle into the functionality of the job. You can't summon a primal or of any kind if you don't have Carbuncle. And you lose Carbuncle when you're summoning a primal. It's as if instead of making a big deal about coding it so that you can only cast one primal at a time, instead they just give you a MacGuffin that makes the decision, like, you have to pay with the Carbuncle. I think that's really funny. And it's interesting how now that your raid buff doesn't depend on you having your Carbuncle, it makes it very interesting that the way that the Carbuncle plays into your playstyle as a summoner is that if you want access to your one and only defensive tool, the Radiant Aegis, you need to make sure that you know when you need it timed in advance, because you only have access to it when Carbuncle is there, and Carbuncle is not there for very long at a time. Which is then helped by the fact that your Radiant Aegis lasts like 30 seconds. So if you know that you're gonna need your shield in a bit, then you can cast it now. And it'll be fine. But I think that's really interesting. Like, Radiant Aegis is a rework of a skill that no one used on the old summoner. Actually, Lowell, if you're interested in learning more about this long-lost summoner that your friends talk about, I have video guides, like a low-level guide that was genuinely relevant in Shadowbringers, but then I also have a high-level summoner guide, quote-unquote guide, where I explain in the same way that all of my high-level guides are designed, somewhat, where I explain how summoner used to work in Shadowbringers in detail. Like, the opener and everything is there so you can see it and see how it used to be, and it was very different. And the reason why you didn't use the Radiant Aegis equivalent back then is because your Aegis had 2 attacks that had 2 charges each, and they were attacks that did damage. And they also gave you a charge of extra Ruin, which allowed you to use Ruin 4, which was a DPS increase. But one of the Titan Aegis abilities was a shield, like 30% of your health. Really good, basically a Radiant Aegis as it is now. But it was instead of attacking, and it also didn't give you extra Ruin, so it was a massive DPS loss to use it. So no one used it. But now that it doesn't come at a DPS loss, it's good. Bokjak says, my friendship with Carbuncle is over. My new best friend is Titan Garuda Ifrit Bahamut Phoenix for the next 30 seconds. And Noel says, I watched all of the low-level ones to see if I'd like to have that experience too. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. And Lalafell gave Ghost Howler cookie. No, it's definitely edible, I'm sure. It depends on how the Lalafell looked at you after giving you the cookie. Did you see that? Noel says, before I played Final Fantasy XIV, I looked at your low-level guides and then decided on Monk during that time. Oh, that's cool. Well, I'm really glad you liked the Monk guide that much. Or maybe it's just you, I'm guessing that was the playstyle that appealed to you the most. Which is also great. Teteroon make firewater for Boscaroon. You bring thingies Teteroon need? Yes. You brought all thingies. Teteroon make firewater now. Make good firewater for good Boscaroon. Teteroon starts making firewater now. Good firewater take time. More good. You come back later. A level 21 weapon. Thanks. She threw confetti. Kinda sus. Don't lose your arm for the cookie. About to wake up in a bathtub filled with ice. Oh no.
Dragoon make firewater. Good. Good firewater. You take to Boscaroon. Good firewater for good Boscaroon. Tell Boscaroon no drink now. Tell put away 1 year. 1 year make best flavor. Tatooine hope Boscaroon happy. Tatooine give Boscaroon thankies. Many, many thankies. You tell Boscaroon. Tatooine make big shop someday. Biggest shop in Eorzea. Make many, many sparklies. All thanks to good Boscaroon.
I thought there was gonna be like another fetch quest to make the time passing make sense, because it said it would take time, but I guess you can also just hand him the item and go, yeah, don't drink it now. We're just gonna go back up here and see if there's more of that hunting log target there. Kill the crab fate? We have one, we can't make it. I can't make it. You can't beat it in 1 minute. You kill it every time you pass. Do you pass here often? Is it just me, or is the jump very short? I feel like whenever I use jump on my main, I actually go off screen. I don't know why I felt inclined to beat another one of those, but now it's dead. In progressing the main quest, having the choice to pick rewards for different classes, is it worth to pick the other ones for your future classes? Or could I just settle for market bought tomes and etc.? It's definitely because I'm a Lalafell. I know that elusive jump and victory pose is like way shorter, but I didn't think jump would also be tiny. That's just really, really funny. If you get a quest reward and you can choose a piece of equipment that your job doesn't need, and your only choice is a piece of equipment, it's a lancer named Freelancer, guys. Freelancer the Lancer. If the only choices are equipment, then I would say choose equipment for a different job that you might want to play. If you can choose money, for instance, as a quest reward, which does happen sometimes, then you might benefit more from just choosing the money, because who knows, maybe you have better gear or other gear by the time the other job is high enough level to use the piece of equipment that you were awarded. If that makes any sense. Usually I tried to keep my level 1 to 50 gear until I didn't have anything else that needed it. But that can be a nightmare of bookkeeping in terms of equipment. Pogcheck says, for the Arcanist quest, story. For the Arcanist quest, story quest, ninja quest, scholar and warrior quest, as you level all the classes at the same time, you choose the weapons or the equipment of the classes that you're going to level up first, because you will get the equipment of the others by dungeoning. That's true. You will probably have a lot of gear just incidentally from doing dungeons. Also, Noel, you mentioned tomes yourself. The poetic tomestones of poetics that you can gear that you can get at level 50 is good enough to get you to level 60. It's beaten by gear found in dungeons at like level 55 and up, and also like crafted gear at level 55 and up. But it's fine, it's passable until level 60. In the same way that the poetics gear at level 60 is passable until level 70. And the level 70 gear is passable until level 80. So once you get your jobs to level 50, you could like remove a lot of your inventory management woes by just having the poetics gear for each role and call it a day. That's what I would recommend, at least.
Ah, you've returned. Thank you for seeing Tatooine's belongings to him. What's this? For me?
Yes.
Kikirn Firewater, so he remembers my fondness for the drink, does he? Why that old... bloody hells, who's cutting onions back there? He says to shelve it for a year, does he? Hey, that sounds about right. I hate to have to wait, but I reckon it'll be worth it. This stuff has an aroma and body unlike any other drink I know. It's going to be a long year. What say you come back then, friend? We'll see if we can't make it through this bottle together.
Ah, I don't think you do come back for that. Oh, for all the times you went there for your different quest lines, and you're just like, oh yeah, the crab. And the crab is just like, oh no, not again.
Wait, can't we talk about it?
The problem is your inventory management for weapons. That's hell, since you don't keep them in the inventory, but in the armory chest. Well, on the bright side, they greatly increase your weapon space in Endwalker. You know, you see how there's this empty space on your other gear types? This used to be this and this, like this extra space that is on rings and weapons. This used to be exclusively for belts. Yes, I do have guides for crafters and gatherers. Let me see, are they... Wait, where? Let me see... They are in the... in the bottom of my low-level playlist, Lowell. Like, because technically they bring you from level 1 to max, but they're in that one. Maybe I should put them in a different one. Like non-combat guides. But yeah, I do have a crafter, and I have a crafter guide, and I have a minor botanist guide and a fisher guide separately, because they're so different that you can't make one coherent guide on all three at once. Maybe it will just be easiest if I just put the links in the chat. Can I do that? I think... Let me just see. That link might put you on the Miner and Botanist guide in the playlist, but I'm not perfectly sure on that. But if you scroll down, you will see that at the bottom there's also the Crafter guide. I hope you find them helpful. They're a bit long, but they're detailed.
There was word while you were away. Sylphs were seen in the wood, but near no lands of their own. No, this was a place near to here. A place we've never known a sylph to come. Something must have given them cause to venture this far. More than like, the missing sylph elders among them. Here, I marked the tract where they were sighted on your map. Go see if there's anything to be seen.
It's a little funny how the quests do that. They're like, yeah, here you go. I've marked it on your map. You're like, wait, when did you get my map? It's behind your ear. When did you take my map from me so you can mark things on it without my consent? There's an easy fashion report with my ash mask. This is a Manoa mask, but maybe that counts too. The Manoa mask comes from there's this like level 15 quest where you're at a ceremony, and what ceremony, where the ceremony is and what item you get depends on which starting zone you're in. Where Limsa gives you a pair of shoes, Gridania gives you a mask, and I believe Uldar gives you an earring. Ma says, they took it while taking your gil. I mean borrowing it. Wait, they took my gil? I thought I was given a reward. It might work. I haven't actually unlocked the gold saucer on this character. We haven't been there yet. And it might not be well, maybe if we pass through Uldar, then maybe we can try. It's called teleportation fees. Any chest dyed suit black. Ah, well. Well, it can be dyed, so that could be done. It could be done. Let's see if we get a good opportunity to go to the gold saucer, alright? Enemies. Bonk. And now back to Boscaroon. No, he's not named Boscaroon, he's named Boscaron. Teteroon got me confused. He said Boscaroon. Oh, that reminds me. Guys, did you know that they added a new hotbar feature that makes your cooldowns way easier to see? Very easy to find, you just need to know it's there. Oh, while I'm at it. Is it here? Nope. Is it here? Oh, I already did that, never mind. Noel says, I'm personally drained from main quest as I cranked out the last bit of Stormblood yesterday. I need a break from the story. I understand. That's exactly why I also pointed out that often when people try to get their friends into Final Fantasy XIV, they'll say, oh, just do the main quest, just focus on that. Do your job quests, of course, but otherwise just focus on the main quest. Ignore all the side quests, you don't need those. And then they're confused when their friend is burned out at level 50. I think it's really important when you're trying to get friends to play the game that you make a point of telling them that it is okay to pause and smell the flowers and such. Like, there's so much content to enjoy in the game, and going just only main quest, you kind of miss out on a lot of it. Yeah, there's more story than gameplay. That is absolutely correct. How much have we fought on this stream? I've been reading so much, but we fought like 15 things, I think. And then there was the solo duty. The latter can be more of a burnout.
So, was there aught to be found in the wood? What did you come to? Garleans? In this part of the Twelveswood? First sylphs and now Garleans, and all in the same place. It cannot be mere coincidence. Might the Garleans be following the sylphs, tracking them, or giving chase, mayhap? But no, not this far into the forest. The whalers' spires are everywhere. Imperials could never have stolen past them all. How in the bloody hells could they? Unless someone guided them through. Someone who knew where the spires stand and when the whalers watch. A Gridanian traitor.
Pets! I'll just grab these and I'll just keep them and hold on to them until we get to a town so that we can glamour over them. How long do I plan to stream? Usually I stream until... I plan to stream normally around 5 hours, 6 hours or so. So I'm probably streaming for somewhere in the ballpark of 2.5 hours more. But I hope to see you come back in a bit then. Otherwise, have a good evening, morning or afternoon, depending on where you are. Ma says, I think people should play how they like, if not main quest or job. Fun aspects, events, crafting or gathering, even be interior designer or fashionista. Just play as you want, because they don't pay your sub. Oh boy. The important part is doing something you think is fun, and the difficulty is finding that if you're only doing the main quest. There's one in my free company that found out he really liked Triple Triad, you know, the card game. And that has motivated him to find pretty much every single piece of side content that exists in the game, because they all give Triple Triad cards. And then he does, of course, do the main quest also, but it's very much all motivated by getting the Triple Triad cards. Like, he is like level 50 in Eureka, but he hasn't really gotten far into Endwalker yet. And he's also gotten through Delubrum Reginae in Bolsha, but he hasn't completed Endwalker yet.
I'm glad you've come, friend. There's something I want to talk to you about. You know, I said I thought we might have a traitor in our midst. Someone as was aiding the Garleans. Well, think I might have identified our suspect. There's a regular of mine who used to dine on thin soup and sip his pint on account of not being able to afford another. But of late, he's taken to ordering my best wines and the finest cuts of meat I can lay my hands on. Were he a merchant, I'd probably think nothing of it, but this lad's a wood whaler. And wood whalers don't earn that kind of coin. By chance, I was musing on where the money was coming from when you first told me about the Garleans in the forest, and I couldn't help putting two and two together. Suffice it to say, if a whaler's working for the Empire, none of us is safe. This lad I'm talking about goes by the name of Laurentius. Last I heard, he was in the South Shroud. Find him, Caetsu, and if he is up to no good, put an end to it. And him, if it comes to that.
You know, if he eats super thin soup and one beer every now and then, it sounds more like it's a very good possibility that he was saving up. And then maybe he's having a really good time recently and he really wants to enjoy himself. And this is what he's really saved up for, to live like a really rich person for a little bit. That could be a thing. Like, why be so suspicious? Okay, he looks suspicious, never mind. Now says, tell him there are cards in the trials that break the game? What do you mean? Hey, Laurentius. Can you not see I'm on patrol? Be gone. If you have business with the whalers, take it to the barracks. Fair enough. That's a reasonable ask. I'm working here. However... Oh, but you see, he does do the trials to get the cards as he goes, but he needs to reach them one at a time. He's trying to get them as he goes. Like, there was a time where he was trying to get them in order. Now that's difficult. Hello again. Not long now. To think patrol routes and rations would fetch such a price. No more than I deserve, though. 'Tis little wonder the Empire has risen to such heights. If only the whalers paid men their worth. Hello? You, what? How long have you... Help! Please, come quick, my friends. It is I, Laurentius. I am under attack. Yeah, calling them your friends was maybe not your smartest move, because now you have admitted your guilt. How did you just... I know nothing. I was on patrol. He just appeared. I thought you were working for the Guardians. Yeah, sure. A tiny antelope mount. And there he is. Oh, solo duty. Is this when I fight him? Level 27, so still no jumps. I don't want no jumps. How long do you mean to keep this up? What is it you imagine I've done? Enough, I say. I'm pretty sure you're handing out your friends. It's over then. I sold maps and rations to the Empire. It was I. Twas I. I meant no harm. I only wanted to you do know what they're doing with those maps and rations, right? The whalers are good, strong. I was proud to join their ranks. Am proud, but they do not provide. They preach justice, honor, duty. But in the end, it is those with money who do as they will, who live as they will. So I sought an opportunity to change my fortunes, and took it. All I've done for money. Endangered myself, my home, everything and everyone I love. My actions have put your life in danger too. And all you can do is laugh. Though you do not yet realize how much. Bloody idiot. Did you imagine that you had cornered me? It is not I who's cornered. Guardians, I've brought the Lalafell. Whoa. Hey now. We don't speak like this in this family-friendly stream, you know that. Permit me a question, if you will. Are all adventurers so deluded as to believe they can challenge the power of Garlemald? You would need a veritable mountain of guilt to fund such an endeavor. Such is the cost of fighting great power, or of making it, or of remaking it, as we will Britannia. Ding ding ding. So that's the way of it. Swapped your hard bunk at the barracks for a feather bed in Garlemald, did you? You there, Lalafell. You stand here at old Busk's wish, no? Then you don't stand alone. Duskwhite! Legless oranges. Oof. Bonk. Oh, more ants. He has a veritable army behind him. Oh, he's strong. When the tank ad is actually tanky. I like how everyone in this area just comes together to help because the local bar wants it done. That just goes to show, a place that welcomes you is worth fighting for, right? Impossible. How did you best the Empire's finest? Yeah, finest. Yeah, that's what they sent you, sure. And with bandits and poachers at your side. They're your sworn enemies. Why do they fight with you and not against you? But I know the answer only too well. Buscaran. This is his doing. His words are wont to inspire men to act. Better men than I. Gods, what have I become? What have I done? I'm sorry. No more will I pursue this folly. No more lies. No more bribes. I will go to the Order of the Twin Adder and confess my crimes. There's something I would like you to tell Buscaran. Tell him Laurentius the Fool says, thank you. I feel as though a veil has been lifted from before my eyes. Alright. Ma says, it's like every tavern in an anime. The bartender asks, the mercenaries all go, yeah! Must be the free drinks. Yeah. Is there like an anime where you follow like a bartender like that? I could imagine there would be, but what would it be called? Like a bartender where adventurers come by and you like hear stories and things that happen, and then eventually something happens in the bar? Like that? Is there an anime specifically like that? Is that a thing? Don't mess with the man who pours the drinks. Indeed, Ghost Howler. Indeed. And be careful taking cookies off random Lalafels on the street.
Aye, Laurentius confessed to his crimes. I just had word from the Twin Adder. Seems he marched straight into the nest and gave himself up. The lad's had quite a life, you know. His mother was killed by a brigand when he was only small. As a young man, he joined the Whalers, hoping to spare his fellow Gridanians the misery he'd known growing up. Trouble is, protecting Gridania is too big a job for one man, and he came to believe that he couldn't make a difference, that it was hopeless. There are few things more dangerous than desperation, and a man lost in the dark is easily drawn to the glimmer of coin. I reckon he thought that if he couldn't change the lot of his fellow man, he might as well change his own. Thing is, he was making a difference, just not on his own. Somehow, he had failed to grasp one simple truth, that those things we cannot do alone, we must do together. He asked you to thank me, did he? Then there's good in him yet. I just hope them at the Adder's Nest are able to see it. What he's done ain't easy to forgive, but I'd like to think he'd be afforded a chance to make amends. But let us leave fate to the 12. I have other news for you, Caetsu. The Sylph Elder has been found. Woohoo!
Ma says, well, in Goblin Slayer, the tavern was the mercenary guild. Oh. Gozala says, don't walk into a dark alleyway in Uldar. Correct. Correct. Someone's gonna find you, and whether they're good or bad, who knows. But maybe, watch out. You love how their names in Goblin Slayer is their profession. Can't be bothered giving them names. Ghost Howler. Maybe Goblin Slayer was inspired by old school Monster Hunter games. Have you played Monster Hunter games since before Monster Hunter Rise? Any one of them will do. Like, have you tried them? Look at this! A little Lalafell party. Yeah, in the Monster Hunter games, no one has names. Except in Rise, everyone has names for I guess they decided to change it up a little. Into the Beast's Maw. Dungeon time? Looks like dungeon time. I don't know, man. I thought he looked cute. He even gave me a high five right on the face.
It's taken us a fair old while, but we finally got our hands on some reliable information concerning the whereabouts of your missing green friend.
Ahem, his name is Frixio, and he is the eldest amongst the sylphs of Little Solace. Long has he represented his kind in dialogue with the Gridanians. Yes, he's like a bridge between us and them, a small, leafy green bridge that we can't find at the moment. And bridges are no use if you don't know where they are. That's why it's so important that we find him.
There's an abandoned dungeon called the Thousand Maws of Tatarak here in the South Shroud. It was by the entrance to the place that Frixio was seen, and not long ago neither. If you hurry, I reckon you'll find him.
Walking ones, please help this one. This one needs help. Needs help to help Elder One. Poor Frixio. Poor Frixio.
Nice leaf mask.
Whoa. Hold your chocobos. Take a deep breath and tell us what's wrong, nice and slow.
Elder One went into Tatarak, but has not returned. This one is worried, so very worried.
And you're right to be. The place fair crawls with nasties waiting to make a meal of anyone daft enough to wander in. What in the seven hells was he thinking entering that bloody death trap?
Elder One had no choice. Imperial ones were chasing Elder One. Please, walking ones must help Elder One. Help Elder One now. Ah! The fates conspire against us. Forgive my pragmatism, but Frixio is our best hope of reaching an accord with the sylphs. Were we to lose him, all our efforts thus far will have been for naught. I will tend to our wounds. Ida, make haste to the Adder's Nest and request assistance. Understood. Caetsu, go to the Thousand Maws of Tatarak and see that Frixio comes to no harm. Peace between man and sylph rests upon your success.
Yes. I look like the perfect person for this job. Overgrown offering. That sounds a little eerie. Imagine if we didn't have like separate names for animals and the meals we made out of them. Thank you, Ma. Just imagine, you're just like, oh yeah, look over the horizon. The stakes walking on the plains and grazing. The raw steaks with legs. Now that would be weird. By order of the Elder Seatseer, the dungeon known as the Thousand Maws of Tatarak has been placed under the control of... What? The Sylph Elder is inside? Are you sure of this? How in the Seven Hells did he manage to sneak by? God, strike me down for a purblind fool. You must find the Sylph Elder before he falls prey to the fiends within. Entrance to Tatarak is ordinarily restricted, but these are exceptional circumstances. Pray assemble a rescue party and enter as soon as you are ready. Alright. So here's what we're gonna do, is, first, we're going to go to Gridania and fix up our equipment so that we can glamour up our new gear, like this and this. That could have worked in hindsight. However, this, now this, something else, huh? Let me just check that there isn't any other equipment that I have neglected to equip. speaking of equipment, I wonder if our retainer's back. And what I'm going to do once we've checked on the retainer is queue up for 1000 Miles of Totorak and start making our way to our Dragoon quest. And you leveled up again. Excellent. I mean, do the next one then. Not that it makes a big difference. My retainer isn't high enough level to go on quick exploration yet, so she just forages in the forest right now, Maha. But the other day, my main retainer stole a chandelier from somewhere. It also stole some radiant equipment, you know, the previous raid tier's tombstone equipment. Just found it on the street. Anyway, 8 minutes. I mean, that is manageable when we have our whole job quest here. Dips on the chandelier. Finders keepers. Yeah, yoink. I think it was called a skylight chandelier. You say losers, weepers, but we all know it wasn't lost. Yeah, my retainer absolutely didn't just walk into someone's home and yoink the chandelier. That's totally not what happened. No, 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 no. No. That's definitely not what happened. Unless you consider that ring around your finger missing. That's a long zone name. Hello, Alberic. Doomspike. Now, if only we could use it.
You grow ever stronger, and I speak of more than just the flesh. Aye, you're slowly but surely realizing your potential as an Azure Dragoon. It is heartening to look upon, though I must confess that my presiding feeling is one of relief. You must understand, the mere thought that the Eye would choose an outsider, one who ill comprehends the threat posed by the dragons, filled me with the gravest of misgivings. Yet you have. But I shall say no more, lest flattery impede your improvement. Now, during our last lesson, I enlightened you regarding the origins of Dragoons. You will recall how Haldrath heroically triumphed over the great worm Nidhogg, and Ishgard came into possession of the Eye. Tell me, Caetsu, do you believe that these events truly transpired, or are you inclined to think them fairy tales? I ask you this because few folks have seen dragons in the flesh, besides we Ishgardians, and most would as soon dismiss them as products of the imagination. Alas, dragons are no less real than you and I, with Nidhogg perhaps the most real of all. In the course of its history, Ishgard has suffered the creature's wrath on 8 separate occasions. Each time the great worm rouses, the blood of countless Ishgardians is spilled. Let us revisit the past once more, Caetsu. The time is 20 summons past, and the place Dravani. Okay, guys, time. Imagine the fade to the flashback. After a century in slumber, Nidhogg awakened once more to resume his reign of terror. Entire villages were razed to the ground, their inhabitants reduced to smoldering ash. Sensing the great worm's unbridled rage, others of his kind began to rouse, and in such numbers as to blot out the sun with their wings. A deep, foreboding darkness swept over Ishgard. Raging infernos painting the belly of the sky an angry red, the agonized screams of innocents fading into deathly silence. In my station as the Azure Dragoon, I was there through it all, bore witness to all the horrors. But there was no time to offer even a silent prayer. Nidhogg lingered in one place only long enough to lay it to waste. When he took wing, so too did I pursue him, a man possessed. This game of cat and mouse continued for what seemed an eternity before I found myself face to face with the Great Worm. The battle unfolded in a tiny settlement on the edge of Querthus, raging on for 3 days and 3 nights, with neither side able to gain a decisive advantage. Remaining on my feet by sheer force of will, I realized that it must end now, else it shouldn't end well. Marshalling my last ounce of strength, I wagered all on a single thrust. My lance struck home, burying deep in the ruin of my opponent's empty eye socket. Yet, before I could withdraw my weapon, the worm lashed out wildly in its agony, dealing a blow that left me sprawled upon the scorched earth, nigh insensate. In that instant, I thought myself surely doomed, but Halone was not finished with me. Having lost a taste for battle, Nidhogg let loose a blood-curdling roar before fleeing to the sky. The battle was over. While I did not perish from my injuries, they rendered my body unfit to bear the power of the dragon, and I was Azure Dragoon no more. Lying bedridden, my thoughts wandered to all the innocent lives that had been lost, the people I had failed to protect. That last conflict with the dragons of Dravania left countless orphans in its wake. Estinian is one of them, the sole survivor of Ferndale, the final village to suffer Nidhogg's wrath. With none left to care for him, I did the only thing I could. I took Estinian as mine own son, instructing him in the way of the Dragoon when he was of an age to learn. Yet I would not have you think me noble. My actions were born not of compassion, but of guilt. My guilt at having failed him. But alas, have also failed him as a father. What manner of man did I bring him up to be? A thief who would endanger the life of every one of his countrymen. Aye, you heard me right. All of Ishgard may suffer for his crime. Though we know little and less of the minds of dragons, it is conceivable that the disturbance surrounding his stolen eye will rouse Nidhogg to awaken once more. That his kin have already stirred from their slumber serves as fair warning of that. Time is not on our side. Fortunately, it would seem you are more than ready to embark on your next trial. Make your way to Witchdrop, where the knight Hustine awaits your arrival. My nation is depending on you, Caetsu. Are they like intentionally making it extra complicated for me to read these names? Oh, you've been making bank selling all the new item with 610 accessories. Got about 8 million with an expected 10 on the way. That's really nice, Ghost Howler. I saw a picture someone posted the other day that they had made like 750 million gil in these first few days. But I do believe they were selling in the first week, the week before Savage opened. 750 million gil. But I think maybe there was some leftover from a previous haul, because it seemed like he had like actually billions of gil. When you have that much money, my question becomes, what do you spend it on? Like, isn't the biggest, like, singular biggest thing you can buy in the game that isn't like a market board item, isn't that like 50 million at a house? Like, I don't know what you would buy other than that. Like, if you've wondered what kind of person is the ones that pay for those chest pieces you can buy for the gold commendation from the Wondrous Tales, those that have 5 materia slots like right out the gate, that tends to sell for like 20 million, that's the guy. That's the guy that buys it, because he has so much money that he can just go, I just want it. No, I don't Savage Raid, but I like it. It looks nice with 5 grade 10 materia in it, don't you think? Welcome back, Pokeshack. But hey, 18 million gil is really nice. Are you saving up for something specific, Ghost Howler, or is it like
a bit more like how I just have money because I like to have money so that I can afford the things that I like. And totally not just to have a big supply of money in case I need more cherry pink dye. Dang it. It's definitely, the jump is much shorter.
You're the one who would aspire to be Azure Dragoon. Why, you're not even of Ishgard. If you truly possess the power that Sir Alberic sees in you, then prove it to me with your lance. En garde.
En garde, fight these things behind me. And also this straggler that just decided that it doesn't like you. Fight that one too. Man, if only I had an AoE attack. And maybe like a companion. Assist me! Healer Chocobo, thank you. Little chicken, I am Kitty. This is getting a little close. Alright, just barely made it. And Ghost House says, when I maxed out my crafters, I was like, time to make back all the money I spent. I did that, took a little break with 6 million in my pockets, thinking, this is a good amount. Then 6.2 came out. Melee DPS have stun, range DPS have interrupt, and caster DPS have health. Caster DPS has sleep. They can crowd control enemies, it's just no one needs that these days. You need it. Well, you needed to max melt your gatherer gear, which took the remaining of your... Oh, yeah, that's expensive. This looks like a decent team. We have a conjurer healer. So your stopping point is 10 million. That is a good amount of money to have, I would say. Like, my opinion is that you need to have at least 1 million for the basic necessities. Like, if you need something like... That's the kind of money you take from to do teleportation and stuff. But if you want to have money to buy things that you want, then often items cost enough that 10 million is necessary to be able to reliably do that. It's fine, Pokeshack. I think it's very rare that you would see anyone use the sleep spell in the first place. So it's very common that it gets forgotten. There's a few tech options, like fancy tricks you can do with it, but honestly... it's usually only helpful when you're alone. Or in a really bad spot. Like the fact that the sleep spell isn't broken by dot damage. You would like to buy a large house, Ghost Howler. Farming the dungeon for the tombstones does help with the crafter burnout. Oh, that's good at least. Does that mean that the reason you're spamming expert roulettes is to get the astronomy to craft more things? Or are you also doing it for the weekly cap? Oh, and you only see the sleep spell for your... Well, there's a few tricks. Okay. This fight has become a little simple, but wasn't it always this simple? I feel like it normally had ads that it would spawn. That's an upgrade, but I can't need on it because it's considered tank gear, even though I can use it. That's not that that if that's not that good. Why can't I need on it? I can use it. It's even a gear upgrade for me. Well, that's also a gear upgrade, and that is mine. Hopefully. Oh, that's Disciple of War, so maybe I don't get that either. Oh, the second one spawns plants. Or, the second plant spawns that. Oh, okay. I guess, I believe the second one is also the one that casts the attack speed slow. So it says weekly cap and the astronomy. All of the above. Right. Another pair of gloves. I wonder if I get either one of them. It's not a big disaster if I don't get them. It's like we're replacing gear often enough. It's not like our gear is what's holding us back. Maybe a little bit for our job quests, because our gear is like closer to level 25s and 30s, while our quest is level 40. That's probably why we were so close to dying just now. How do you get the job gear in Shadowbringers? You need to do... You know how there are those role quest lines in the Crystarium, Pokeshack? Do you know what I mean? They're like 4 or 5 role quest lines. So at some point in the Shadowbringers storyline, you will be required to have done that. Like, at least one of them will be enforced for you to be allowed to continue the main quest. So you need to complete one of them. The NPC that enforces this, like as in the guy that you're talking with when you're met with this wall, is the guy that gives you the equipment. You just talk with him and say which ones you want. He will give them to you again any number of times. You can even toss it and just go to him and grab it again. I do believe it's completely free, in fact. Oh boy, though that tank is suddenly taking a lot of damage. Maybe we can... Okay, we can just ignore the ads. Eternal Shade. What a name. And that's also an upgrade. Can I have any of these things, or are you just not gonna roll? I mean, like, if none of you roll and just leave the dungeon when you're done, then I guess I get the loot. You're doing all of the role quests at once. Alright. Then you should be fine. But it comes naturally, Pokeshack. If you pay attention to the NPCs, you will meet a smith at some point as part of your quest. And that will be where it is. I don't want to say too much so that you don't get spoiled. But it will make sense when you're given it. But you're not given it, you have to request the armor from the NPC. The Moors are what I consider to be ballin', to put it in a sophistic way. What do you mean, Leon? Ballin'. Ooh. Pugilist. Well, if no one wants it, I'll take the money. If only I had an AoE attack right about now. 1,000 miles of Tatarak is ballin'. I would like to know what you mean, Liam. It sounds fun. I got some loot and a long cutscene. I wonder if they're starting the cutscene without me. Yep. The classic.
Darkness.
The mighty slayer of Ifrit comes now to me. With a continence that bespeaks understanding. An intriguing power, the echo. I must needs choose my words with care.
Mayhap I might if I deign to speak in my guest crude tongue. We meet at last. I am Lahabrea of the Asians, servant to the one true God. Yours is a most fantastical tale, truly absorbing. It is a tale to tell Eorzea's children before bedtime, and it will soon be dark, bringer of light.
The dark minions.
All that stands between this world and darkness is an irksome anomaly in the ether. The echo. Yes, yours is a most fascinating tale. Alas, like all good tales, it must needs come to an end. But fear not.
Watch me summon this thing that is already dead.
Here, feel the presence of evil.
For the end of your tale is but the beginning of another. The tale of the crystal's demise.
Hey Andromeda. Yeah, Ghost Howler's still here. It's really awkward when the boss music starts and... Is there anyone still here? No, I thought not. Oh, we got music! Okay. Leon said, one banger of a dungeon with a story of peak AR design. It was so sophisticated and deep that they had to dump it down for the lesser gifted people unable to understand its grandness of design. Oh yeah, the labyrinthian design. You had more than one way to make it forward. What a nightmare, right? Oh, we got a new spear, but it's not an upgrade, I think. Is it? Interesting. They're like, would you like 2 extra secondary stats? I don't think I do. But yeah, I agree, Leon. I think it's a little sad that they simplified it, but I do think that it's really, really funny that they simplified it, but didn't do anything about the cutscene that happens. I don't know what they should do about it, but this is not optimal. Next, Ghost Howler says, how do I get an ultralight tombstone? So, Ghost Howler, when you beat P8, so the final boss of the current normal raid in Abyssos, you get a thing called an Unsung Blade of Abyssos. You need 7 of those. Then the NPC Joel in Razarhan will sell you the Ultralight Tombstone. Alternatively, I believe the Ultralight Tombstone itself can just drop wholesale from P7S. I think it's P7S that drops it, so the 3rd boss fight. I hope that helps you, but basically, if you're not a big hardcore Savage Raider, then you need to do the normal raid 7 weeks in a row to buy it. And generally, you will accumulate around 14, 15, maybe 16 of these tomes before the Alliance raid comes out. And the Alliance raid typically comes out at the same time that they reduce this cost from 7 blades to 4. So if you don't need the weapon, you might find it beneficial to just wait with buying it until they reduce the price to 4 blades. Then you can buy like 4 weapons at once if you want. And that also comes with the opportunity to augment your crafted gear and stuff like that. But that's still like 3.5 months away, so don't worry. But yeah, I hope that helps. The victory fanfare cuts me off. Yeah, just mid-speech, La Habrea's like, what are these trumpets? What's happening? Drummer says, you just finished your X4 proc, and you didn't beat it yet. Oh, okay. I was just about to say, did you beat it? But you almost beat it. That's good. That's still good progress. That's awesome to hear. I really hope you get it down soon. Mazet, now can I get that mount? Which mount? Leon, boss died of an aneurysm. Oh man, all this talking. It's just, it spawns and immediately dies. Ah, oh, that sucks, Pokeshack. I hope it's better soon.
Ah, fresh air. Finally, fresh air. Mayhap not so fresh, but better than before. Ah, Sinister One is gone. This one can leave this awful place.
That's a tall hair.
Did Walking One vanquish the many-legged one? This one is grateful to Walking One. This one is called Frixio, eldest of these ones of little solace.
Oh, so Maha, do you want the dead scorpion as a mount, or just a scorpion as a mount? Pokeshack, when you do your Shadowbringers quest line, at some point you will reach a quest that actually requires that you have completed the role quest line. And it will be a level 80 quest, of course. But it will require that you have beaten at least one of the role quest lines. This quest will be offered by a smith somewhere. Once you have beaten the role quest line and do this quest, there will be a logical explanation for why this smith will not only make you your job gear, but it will also have a logical explanation for why he's handing it to you for free. But basically, you reach this person and they will not let you pass until you have gotten far enough that he will give you at least one job set. But you have to request the gear from him. Like, you have to speak with him and ask for your gear specifically. He will always hand it to you for free, if I remember correctly. And you can toss it, and he will give it to you again. Maha wants a dead scorpion mount. I mean, that would be unique.
Alpha Squad reporting, sir. Nothing of note at Lark's call, sir. Understood. Return to Area 12. Damn it all, where's that accursed icon hiding?
No sign of our wizened friend?
I'm afraid not, my lord. Shall I order that the search perimeter be expanded?
Absolutely not. We risk alerting the Gridanians to our presence. Unlike doing what you're doing now, of course. His Excellency bid us avoid unnecessary confrontation. Loath though I am to admit it, I have found no evidence to suggest that Rameau will be grazing the mortal realm in the near future. I ask you, what good is a god who does not grant one's wishes? Were I a sylph, I should strongly consider finding myself another idol. Which reminds me, what of the sylphs we captured? A handful of them seemed to be in reasonably good health when last I looked.
Apologies, my lord. I feel we may have been overzealous in our efforts to compel them to summon their icon.
Really, Centurion? Were you not aware that vegetables bruise easily? It is well that I did not entrust you with the important task of making my dinner. Well, mayhap it was kindness. Better dead in truth than dead to one's own god, I suppose, if you believe in such things. Dawn is upon us. Make ready to withdraw.
Sir!
Dead scorpion mount next to the Raban mount. Oh yeah, I remember that. Him just carrying you with his one arm. You just sit on the arm like you're a bird. Well, Gridania didn't realize they were there if it wasn't for the sylph, that's true. Raban is the minion in the exact same size, please. Useless. We're so close to completion. I can fair taste it, but at this rate. No, I must be patient. Our efforts will bear fruit in due time. What was it you always said? Ah, yes. Though it means bringing down the very heavens, who shall challenge the limits of possibility if not we? In that alone were you right, Garland. But your star is long fallen, while mine doth begin to rise, and it shall burn so bright, that Lord Van Baelza's ultimate weapon will seem a mere candle beside it. I make myself laugh. I'm very funny.
Those walking ones did for Noxia. This one is certain of it. This one fears that other taken ones also suffered the same fate. This one is convinced. Walking ones have black hearts, seek only to harm these ones. Walking ones are not to be trusted. Now, Noraxia, do not pass judgment too hastily. Not all walking ones are alike. Though there are evil ones among the walking ones, there are good ones also.
Hero walked like he was a drunk. I'm guessing that he was still laughing.
Does walking one feel unwell?
How?
This one would know. What brings walking one to this place?
You! Mr. 80% hair? Welcome back, Noel.
Came to this one's rescue at Noraxia's bidding, then this one owes Walking One a debt of gratitude. Walking One has questions about Lord Rameau, then this one will provide answers. Whew! But first, let these ones quit this lightless place. This one will return to Little Solace. When Walking One is ready, please come and see this one. These ones may speak properly then. Then it is settled. Let this one accompany Walking One outside.
New. Drunk on his own joke, yeah. Oh no! We got yoinked. We were busy doing something, game. It's fine. I guess we'll continue that a bit later. That's awkward. I'm just glad that I didn't get yoinked in the middle of Alberic's story. Hey, Boscaron.
Ah, you're back. Tell me the Sylph Leader's well. Thank the gods for that. I don't rightly know what to make of the rest of your tale, but I'm full glad Frixio didn't come to any harm. Ah, but there I go tempting fate. Run over to Little Solace and secure us peace with the Sylphs before aught else befalls us, eh? Rest assured, I'll send word to our friends of Charlian and the Twin Adder both. You've done Gridania a great service this day, lass, and earned yourself a place of honor here at the Druthers in so doing. Be sure and come by whenever you feel like a drop of Kikian firewater. I mean, isn't it in a year still? Money, I guess. A simple gift.
Oh, okay. Enjoy, Lowell.
Say, friend, there's something I'd like to ask you to see delivered to the Sylphs of Little Solace. This Azima rose oil is a gift to celebrate the safe return of their tribe's elder, and a token of Gridania's desire to unite. The wood is not what it once was. The calamity changed the elementals, weakened them. Until their strength is returned, we must lend them ours to keep the woods safe. But ours alone will not be enough. We must have the strength of the Sylphs as well. Only by working together and fighting together will we survive together, and the 12 wood with us. The gift I ask you to bear is a symbol of the hope that both Gridanian and Sylph alike will live to see the light beyond this darkness.
See, let's first oh, dang it. I was really hoping. Let's teleport to New Gridania, equip our new gear, and glamour plate it, then go to Coerthas and do our job quest, and then we go and do our main quest again. But we also can extract materia. Phew. And from that one too. Wow. Grade 1 materia. We're gonna keep those. And then we equip our new fancy gloves. They're like loofahs. And pants and shoes. And that and this and there and there and there and there. And then back to here. Bookshak says, I was in Coerthas when I lost consciousness due to the attack of a random duty and woke up in Black Shroud after the death of a scorpion due to an aneurysm, yeah? That is an interesting story now that you're like spelling it out like that. It's difficult to get a coherent story when stuff like that happens to you. You're just there in the middle of a fight, and then, like, imagine Houston over here that saw me fight. I basically bested her encounter with an extra enemy just for the fun of it. That was totally unnecessary, in equipment that clearly wasn't up to the task. And when I was finished, I immediately disappeared. Just faded into nothingness. Because I was too busy fighting something more. It wasn't finished yet. It's quite wild. Hello, Houston. That strength. I have not seen its like since Estinian himself stood before me. Mayhap Sir Alberic has the right of it after all. Return and show your crystal to him. I have no doubt he will be pleased. So now we have to make space for our AoE button. How do I do that? I do it like this. Whoop. For feats like that, you are the Azure Toothpicker. Yes. The Azure Toothpicker. It is I. The cherry pink toothpicker. I roll up to Estinian, who's clad in black knight's armor, ready for battle. Meanwhile, I'm in something that looks like a raincoat, because it is a raincoat, but could also double as pajamas. And I'm ready to kill. All the way back to Dragonhead. Going way back to Dragonhead on an antelope. It's a very cute one. It's a it's the mount that Mackerel gave me. Small. I'm the pink Azure Toothpicker. What does that mean? What's that sassy lost child talking about? That's not a thing.
You've passed yet another trial with flying colors, Caetsu. The day when you may stand before Estinian as an equal is not far off. And when that day comes, the Eye will choose you over the traitor. I have no doubt of this. But we must be patient still. For now, you must continue your training. When you can do no more on your own, seek me out once more.
Doomspike! We have AoE! We can hit multiple enemies at once. And we're only like 2 levels late because we had a dungeon. What do we go? What is it we get next? No, wait, nothing? Really? Is it like we have to do 2 quests for that? Or do we just get Spine Shatter Dive for free? Weird. Let me just check on our retainer. I'm pretty sure an hour hasn't passed, but you never know. Nope, not yet. And we were going to Hawthorne. Well, says, but I want to level Gatherers now too. But what is something preventing you from leveling Gatherers, Noel? Oh, you want to level both things at once? Oh, now I get it. Right. That's a problem. Now you have to choose. You want to level Dragoon and Gatherers. Ooh. Well, if you have access to it, you could level your Reaper and feel like you're leveling a Dragoon a little bit because Reaper uses the same gear, and you also have a Scythe, so it's almost like you're leveling a Botanist. Hookjack says, I finally have an AoE attack, which is not worth using unless there are more than 4 enemies and only attack in a straight line, and people complain about the ninja's AoE. True. And Andromeda is leveling, you got your miner and botanist level 30 during class? Ooh, Andromeda, as long as you're... Now, make sure you're paying attention in class. Like, I did that mistake a few times and eventually regretted it. Just be careful. Just for your sake. I don't care about the professor. Doesn't matter. As long as you learn something, as long as you can pay attention to both things at once, it's okay. But just be careful, alright? Alright, Andromeda? Oh, you have the firmament for gatherers. Yeah, true. It goes all of it. I have neglected your fisher. Well, the fishing should be really easy to level with the ocean fishing. It's just a matter of planning it. But in your inventory, that nah, I have to level up your crafters and pray that your inventory doesn't hate you. Don't worry, you had group work and you were carrying. Aww. You're welcome, Noel. I can say right now that my fishing guide does not cover very much about ocean fishing beyond like the absolute bare minimum, like super duper bare minimum, like remember to buy the bait before you go. Ask on the boat what other people suggest to use for bait, because there's almost always someone that knows what to do when, like someone that will guide you if you want. But beyond that, I pretty much just mentioned that it is extremely good experience. It's good, Andromeda, that you're a good student. It's just sometimes you can forget to focus on what the professor is saying if you really focus on something. Not that I'm saying that gathering would be requiring your total focus. You try to listen to the professor and pretend you're interested. Ah. What is it you're studying again, Andromeda? I think I might have asked before, but I think I've forgotten. Yeah, that's true, Ghost Howler. But that really helps with being interested. Like when the professor is excited, then you can get more excited about it, right? Wait, the queue is full? Lowell? I think ocean fishing isn't happening right now. Like, right now. I'm pretty sure it's on, like, on the hour? I'm pretty sure it's on the hour. Like, in 17 minutes.
A gift from walking on Boscaron? A gift for these ones? Such a lovely scent. This one has never smelled anything like this before. Walking one Boscaron and adventuring one are very kind. Know that this one is deeply grateful. Many walking ones are scary. Many walking ones utter many lies and much deception. But this one is moved. Let all these ones be friends forever. Money.
Yeah, exactly, Lowell. That's because the queue opens then. I think you might be able to sign up, like, just before it starts, but it happens at specific time intervals. It's a little weird, but that's just how it works. Andromeda says, yeah, just enable quick gathering in the diadem. Yep, I have done fishing in World of Warcraft while in a introduction to mathematics course, but I do think I would have gotten slightly more out of it if I wasn't fishing. Yeah, exactly, Pokeshanger. Is that good teachers make anyone with the slightest interest a good student. Exactly. it's all. I understand, Lowell. When I was getting the footage of ocean fishing, for my guide, I had set off a lot of time to make sure that I was there beforehand, like in good time, only to find out that no, you just have to queue when it starts. Yep, and Normala says, our professors that time were actually a couple, and they had a talk show lecture where they present us cases on ethics and we decide what to do. And one of the cases was like, if your friend wanted to date a fellow medical student, what would you tell your friend? That is a weird question, I think. Is that unethical? To have two students dating? That, I don't understand that.
This one has been expecting walking one. This one fetches elder one.
Or elder one fetches themselves, it appears.
This one is pleased to see walking one again. Welcome to the home of these ones.
I've been here before, but thanks anyway.
Ah, there you are, Caetsu. We have just been hearing tell of your deeds of daring do. Well done. Ah, the walking ones who aided Noraxia. This one is grateful. A pleasure to have been of service. If you do not mind my asking, how did your misadventure come about? This one does not mind. The misadventures, as Walking One calls them, of this one began when Imperial ones entered the wood. Fearing trouble, these ones decided to watch Imperial ones closely. But these ones watched too closely, and Imperial ones noticed and tried to catch these ones. Having nowhere else to hide, this one fled into Totorak. Would that this one had not. In Totorak, a sinister one robed in black tried to feed this one to a many-legged one. A sinister one robed in black? Why do I have the feeling I should be more worried about that than I am?
Because we've met him before.
Elder Frixio, we come to you as emissaries of the nation of Gridania. This missive bears the words of the Elder Seedseer.
Let me just read the chat again. Andromeda says, I think it was just a question thrown in there to pique people's interest. True, that is a question that would get people riled up, wouldn't it? And Pokeshak says, you tell him that he has to get his partner to dress up as a nurse. Noel says, does fishing in Firmament also give big experience? I know there's ocean fishing, but just a general question. Yes, fishing in Firmament does give good XP. Fishing gives decent XP like everywhere, but like it doesn't matter much where you go. I would generally recommend just do the fishing quests when you can. That should give you a lot of experience just in its own right. Maybe you don't need ocean fishing, but I can say, based on observations, that at least from level 1 to 80, ocean fishing might be the fastest experience in the game, like for anything. So it might be difficult for the Firmament to compete with that. I was not sure if it gives big XP amounts, but you get a constant amount. Well, what I mean is that there's an NPC near the place where you enter the boat. Like there's a vendor. Like if you walk up to the NPC that sends you on the boat, and then back away a little bit and turn left, there's an NPC on the dock there that sells bait. Just buy some of all of the baits. Buy like 5 to 10 of the versatile lures, and then like maybe 99 at least of each of the baits, maybe 200 or so. And then when you're zone in to ocean fishing, just write in shout chat, just ask, anyone suggestions on bait, because where you go on the ocean fishing trek can affect which bait is most effective. And because doing fishing with the correct bait can progress some like sub quests, you could say, that can result in more score, which is what you could, for instance, get a mount with. And this affects other players too. The other players are just as interested in you doing well as you are. So if you ask, there's a decent chance that someone will just tell you what bait to use. They'll just tell you if you ask. And sometimes they'll even shout it out when things are happening that requires a bait switch. So I would say just the worst that can happen is that no one responds. That's genuinely the worst that could happen. So just ask. Yeah, exactly, Pokeshack. You get so much experience from it. And Ghostala says, in ocean fishing, you get these events that make fishing super crazy insane. Exactly. Andromeda? Unfortunately, I can't allow the sending of links. I had to disable it because that was what was causing bots, if you remember, when we got spam. But Ghost Howler, you can, for instance, explain to Andromeda where you found the guide. Like, if it's a YouTube guide, you can tell them what the guide is called. If it's on a website, you can explain what the site is named, and then they can find it on their own. On crafting Andromeda, I believe you have a trial synthesis button. I have a crafting guide, so that one explains it better. But I would recommend trying with the trial synthesis until you get it right. If you're having trouble crafting something, you could also look into getting better gear, since your craft also depends on gear. This one sees, so walking ones of Gridania, fearful of Lord Ramu. Andromeda, if you check your crafting menu, you can see where the big button that says synthesize, right? The big golden button that says synthesize. Like 2 steps to the left of it is a very small button, and if you point at it, it says trial synthesis. And again, my crafting guide explains it probably a lot better. But it allows you to attempt to craft the item without spending materials, so you can freely try different strategies until you find something that works. And then you can craft the item for real.
Plainly put, yes, your people summoned the Lord of Levin but once, yet that single occurrence occasioned great alarm.
But it's not as if the Gridanians dislike you or anything. Actually, it's just the opposite. They think of you as friends, and they don't want anything to get in the way of that. That's why the Elder Seetsier wrote to you.
This one well knows and respects Horned One Canisena. Be assured, like walking ones of Gridania, these ones have no desire for conflict. These ones resorted to summoning Lord Ramu to protect the wood from Imperial ones. This one counseled against doing so, but was not heeded. Against this one's wishes, Lord Ramu was summoned, and all those ones who took part became touched ones.
Oh, so you just randomly already had the crafting guide open? That's funny.
These ones want so desperately to turn touched ones back to normal ones, but did not know how, and still do not know. Touched ones, meanwhile, wanted to turn these ones into touched ones, and did know how, so this one fled to Little Solace with all those who did not wish to be bound to Lord Ramuh. But walking ones of Gridania need not fear touched ones or Lord Ramuh. Unlike other primal ones, Lord Ramuh is not callous and cruel. So long as walking ones do not trespass on these ones' ancestral homeland, where touched ones reside, walking ones will not suffer thunderous judgment. But this one has spoken enough of touched ones. This one would speak instead of these ones. As this one said, these ones desire peace with walking ones of Gridania, and so these ones ask for a chance to set things right. By way of an addendum, mortals who are tempered come to take on the qualities embodied by the primal in question. In the case of the sylphs, Ramuh's influence has made them fiercely protective of their homeland. That explains why they're so hostile towards trespassers, but what about the abductions? A fine question, Ida. The abductions are, I believe, an expression of the tempered sylph's desire for reconciliation, another quality traditionally associated with Ramuh. In the crudest manner imaginable, they seek to bring their fellows back into the fold, a timely reminder that the challenges posed by each primal are unique. Elder Frixio, we thank you for making your will known to us. The people of Gridania will rest easy in the knowledge that they and the sylphs are united in their desire for peace. Wishing to cooperate, this one has written down the feelings of these ones. Please see that these feelings are conveyed to Haunt One Canisena. Thank you. And with that, I believe we can lay the matter of Ramuh to rest. That sylph elder's very reasonable, I must say. You could learn a lot from him.
Yo.
Was that a jibe? If so, I feel it only fair to observe that one of us wouldn't recognize reason if it punched her on the nose. Did I say fair? I meant reasonable.
These two are great friends.
Anyway, we're going to head back to the Waking Sands and tell Minfilia all about it.
Don't tell me where I'm going next.
Fear not, we will be sure to mention the instrumental part you played in all of this. And while we see to that, we should appreciate it if you would deliver Frixio's missive to the Adder's Nest. Elder Frixio, we humbly thank you for your time. It has been an honor. The honor is this one's. Together, let the walking ones of Gridania and these ones find a way to live in peace. Please wait, Walking One Caetsu. This one has yet to give Walking One a token of this one's appreciation. When these ones summoned Lord Ramuh, these ones were gifted this crystal. This one would now bestow the crystal upon Walking One as a symbol of these one's trust.
More candy! And Andromeda says, will it update when your crafts are anywhere near level I could be... Well, you can be proud of any level. And Ghost Howler did the mega grind, I remember. And nice, Andromeda. 200,000 gil from the tomestones trading in is pretty smart. It's pretty good. Yeah, and 200,000 for 10? That's actually crazy. Did you sell that like Tuesday morning or what's happening? Like when I got on in the afternoon, these kinds of materials were already down to like 15 or 14k. Or wait a minute, maybe it's different on your server. typically you get your astronomy to buy things like Pale Bloom, Kudzu cloth, just as a side product of doing your expert roulettes and such. So if you do expert roulette at least once a day, you will get a lot of astronomy just coincidentally. These two are good friends. Anyway, it's time to wake up and see the end of 3.5. The jump crystal is a candy. Oh yeah, that's true. I have a Dragoon candy.
This one was not mistaken about Walking One. Walking One is destined to walk a fate far crueler than this one can imagine. A brilliant light from within Walking One enveloped the crystal this one saw. Mark this one well. That crystal will one day be of use to Walking One. Walking One must keep that crystal safe at all times. Before Walking One returns to Gridania, this one would ask Walking One to watch Touched Ones. So long as Touched Ones are not troubled, Touched Ones will not make trouble. If Walking One witnesses Touched Ones making no trouble, mayhap Walking One can testify to Walking Ones of Gridania that these ones mean no harm. These ones' homeland is fraught with danger. This one marks down safe places to look out for Touched Ones.
Yeah, safe place. If you go there as genuinely a level 24, that can be very dangerous. You'll need it for that guide too? What do you mean, Ghost Howler? It's a fun melee DPS to study after Reaper. I mean, if you haven't leveled Dragoon, then consider that Reaper uses the same gear as a Dragoon, so you have some overlap there. Otherwise, anything you like. There's there's a few options. Ninja is very popular recently. There are tempered sylphs in the distance. You do not sense that they pose a danger if left alone. Oh, it's okay, Andromeda. You see, the magic school boss floats. Bookcheck says, touch once? More like touchdown. Come on and slam. Is that in the hunting log, really? Guessing it's in this one, maybe. Oh yeah. Whoops. Ah, Private Chaiji, how went the meeting with the sylphs? I have a letter. A missive from the sylph leader himself, if I may. So the sylphs have no desire for conflict, nor do they intend to summon Ramu. And so long as we leave the tempered ones be, we need not fear any aggression on their part. The elder seeds here will be overjoyed to hear that the sylphs have welcomed our overtures, and in the knowledge that they bear us no ill will, we may channel our resources towards tackling the more conspicuous threats to our security. You've done our nation a great service, Private Chaiji. It will not be forgotten. 10 more tickets? The Sylphic folk have long been friends with Gridania. The mere thought of being at war with them pained the Elder Cetsia to no end. But owing to your efforts, she will be able to rest easier. Being the benevolent soul that she is, my lady will surely try to find a way to reverse the tempering process. Yeah, good luck for that one. Once again, I thank you. Had the Scions of the Seventh Dawn not offered to mediate between our peoples, suspicion and doubt may well have led us into needless conflict. Pray pass on my regards to Lady Minfilia.
Hello? Hello? Caetsu, can you hear me? It is I, Minfilia. Ida and Papalimo returned some little while ago, and they wasted no time in regaling me with the tale of your exploits. Thanks in large part to you, the name of one primal may be struck from our list of enemies, and the Gridanians may turn their attention to more pressing matters. Well done. Yet the end of one tale is but the start of another. Pray return to the waking sands. At your earliest convenience, I would apprise you of the present situation in person.
Gee, why do I have a link pearl, right? Oh, Andromeda's going to bed. Good night, Andromeda. And usually the return on investment when buying the materials for things can be difficult to calculate. I would recommend a spreadsheet. See you next time. Do we have enough for a promotion yet? No, I don't think so. Wait, can I... Oh. Cannot do that yet. Well, I kind of already knew based on the fact that Andromeda actually showed up for my Savage Raid stream Wednesday. I knew that they were up extremely late at that point, so there was not really any reprimand to give because I already knew that they already knew that they were up very late. And it's the weekend, so they don't have any studies to get up to anyway. So it'll probably be fine. Let's check the retainer. Pokeshik says it's the level 40 to 50 hunting log that have the sylphs. That would make sense, since they're around that level. Another level up. Sign venture. Yes, get me some honey, I guess. Sure. That works. And now to the waking sands. Again. Here we are again at the building that is supposed to be a secret hideout, but weirdly people in bright pink clothing comes in and goes in for no reason. Yeah, I think so too, Pokeshack. I should have some level 5 equipment stored. A little bit at least. I have a chest piece.
Well, if it isn't my favorite adventurer, welcome back, Caetsu. Lady Minfilia awaits you within the solar. Please enter at your leisure.
Excellent. Look, it's Alfie No Chill. I'm given to understand that the matter of Ramu has finally been resolved.
I fear resolve bespeaks a permanence we cannot rightly claim, yet I am well satisfied that the Lord of Levin will not trouble us in the foreseeable future.
Your satisfaction is assurance enough for me. Alvin not.
How fares the investigation?
Well enough. Thancred is sparing no effort. There are many and one, they are many and one, just as you suspected. The purpose, however, eludes us still.
I see. I have been meaning to ask, but is Alice quite well? I feel as if I have scarcely seen her in recent days.
Oh, you haven't, and nor have I, alas. Alice has chosen to walk her own path, stubborn girl, but you may be assured that our destination remains the same. And on that note, I take my leave of you. I trust the Baldesian report will serve you well.
I take it we can proceed as discussed?
Why do you ask? You scarce need my permission to act. Just smacks the door open in my face. Oh no, it opens the other direction. This guy.
It is good to see you again, Caetsu.
I think I missed my opportunity there.
I have been looking forward to congratulating you on your triumph in the Twelveswood. Owing to your efforts, conflict has been averted. Truly, you have done the Scions proud.
With that, we can strike Ramu from the list.
So who's next? The Sahakin and Leviathan?
The Lord of the Wall has not answered his minion's call of late, nor is he expected to do so in the near future. While the Sahakin remain as aggressive as ever, they lack the quantity of crystals required to call forth their god. As with the Sylphs, we can leave them to their own devices, for a time at least.
For time bears repeating. We can ill afford to fall complacent.
It is as Ishtola says, unless we know the minds of the beast tribes, we cannot predict with any certainty when next a primal will return to plague the land. This being the case, we must proceed with as much haste as prudence allows.
Any word on Titan? The Maelstrom keeps the couples under constant observation. We shall hear from them ere long, you may depend upon it.
Indeed, so then of all the known primals that have been active in recent times, we are left with...
Gridania. Wait, I meant Garuda, who's the primal of the Ixal who live near Gridania. Yes, that's what I meant. So many realms to cover. Would that there were a more efficient way to conduct our surveys. Were he still with us, we should not long have wanted for a more practicable solution.
They're just here. She's not wrong there.
Where in the world are you, Chief? But one sure step at a time. Henceforth, the Order of the Twin Adder will handle all matters pertaining to the Sylphs, under the sage guidance of the Seed Seers. I bid you all enjoy a moment's respite. You have earned it.
Except you.
Is there something else, Caetsu? Beg pardon? A man named La Habrea, sporting a red mask and robed in black? 12 preserve. Prior to the calamity, the Asians took great pains to remain hidden. Why would they choose to cast off their veil of secrecy now? Gods, this bodes ill. We must take advantage of the present lull in primal hostilities and investigate this La Brea. Learn all we can of him and his designs. I dread to the... Taro!
Hmm? Oh no. You've come far.
A sylph in Thanalan?
At long last, this one finds walking one Kaitsu. This one is most dependable of these ones. I sent my elder one Frixio to help walking ones. This one is called Norexia. This one comes as a friend. Let these ones be friends.
Interesting mask.
Pleased to meet you, Norexia.
Bojack says, Minfilia, I do not want to interrupt your conversation with yourself, but I need my candy. They are in my contract. You have to pay me with candy. You know it's the rules. Says right here, section 1. Return thy candy. Pray return to the waking sands. Pray return my wages in candy.
Yes, Totaro is as ready to express her fright as she is to express everything else. Not all of us are forged of the same steel as you, I'm afraid. But it takes all kinds to make a family, and it pleases me to no end to see ours continue to grow. One by one, the people of Eorzea are beginning to unite, Kaitsu, drawn to the hope that shines within you. Yet a darkness threatens to engulf this light. Never have I doubted the Ascians' presence, but that they have grown so brazen as to carry out their work in plain sight fills me with a sense of deep foreboding.
Here's a stack of teleporting tickets to come back here when we don't want to use the link pearls.
So, pray return for the candies, or suffer thy wrath. Never take candy from a Lalafell.
The pink Azure toothpicker wrath, indeed.
I'm afraid there's no rest for the weary, Kaitsu. We must delve further into the motivation of the masked man, the Asian known as La Brea. This is an ideal moment to do so, while our hands are not bound dealing with another primal. At present, we know little and less about the Asians, only that destruction follows in their wake. I should not be surprised if these beings are behind the chaos that racks the realm. If my fears prove to be reality, we must do all in our power to stop them. Earlier, I sent word to each Grand Company to solicit cooperation. The Immortal Flames responded to the effect that they have information on a potential sighting. This is intelligence that we can ill afford to ignore. We'll speak with Flame Commander Swift at the Hall of Flames in Uldar to inquire further. How you go about the investigation thereafter, I leave wholly to your discretion. But whatever you do, never forget that we are dealing with the unknown. You cannot take too many precautions. Be safe, Kaitsu.
Have you not messed with dyes, Ghost Howler? Do you just use the basic color of your gear? Haha, Brea. The crafted best in slot gear looks pretty cool, but imagine a different color. I mean, I tend to use the same glamours over most of my sets. I only check if a gear piece looks nice, but in most cases I don't really give gear a try before I just immediately override it with a glamour plate. But I mean, my outfits on my main are signature outfits, you could say. It would be weird if people started seeing, I'm not kidding. When friends see my main in black, they're worried that there's something up with me. Because I wouldn't wear black if there wasn't a problem. And I do believe the crafted sets are black by default. Pokeshak, I want to think that that male cough was Minfilia. Pray return to the waking sense. Blue and pink dice. The masked man? Ah, you are coming on behalf of the Scions, of course. Yes, as we've already relayed to Lady Manfilia, there has been a sighting of this rogue near about eastern Thanalan. A brass blade stationed at Highbridge described him in detail when he alerted us to suspicious activity. I would point you to the witness, but I'm afraid he died not 2 days ago, slain by a marauding horde of Kikian. Fate can be a cruel mistress. But do not be too quick to despair. Being situated on a trade route, Highbridge sees its fair share of travelers. Folks are always coming and going, and some among them may well have caught a glimpse of your target. You could do worse than to speak with a merchant named Hihibaru. The fellows always starve for customers, and he'd no doubt welcome your attention whether or not you have coin or the mind to spend it. Minfilia's voice in AR was curious. I mean, I guess we don't hear much Minfilia after ARR either. So just as a little update, our main quest is level 24 and we're level 42. We're 18 levels ahead. I think there was a short while. There was a long while where we were like 20 levels ahead. We were level 38 before we got a Dragoon because we were ahead. So we've kept that 18 level lead. Hello, Hibaru. Hello.
Welcome to Highbridge, adventurer. Whatever you seek, I, Hibaru, can provide it. Probably.
You're after a masked man? I'm not sure I have one of those in stock.
Oh, you're after a masked man? Why didn't you say so sooner? Such an individual might have featured in one of the many rumors I've heard. If you linger a while, mayhap you'll learn a thing or two, eh?
Yeah, that's true. Maybe I get to Reba before I finish Realm Reborn. Who knows? Salmon pink. I prefer cherry pink, but okay.
When the Order of Nalthal began excavating the ruins below, I had hopes that Highbridge would turn into a bustling hub for pilgrims, but thanks to the nigh-endless beastman raids, folks are too afraid to come within a mile of here. I sold everything I owned to get my venture started, and I'm loath to give up without making an earnest effort to stick it out. But if things keep going as they are, I'll be bankrupt before the moon is through. Whining won't do me any good, though. No, for my business to survive, I need business. Speaking of which, perhaps you'd like to browse my wares. Spend a bit of coin to help a struggling merchant. The masked man? I'll take your bloody masked man. I know what I said before, but vague rumors are all I've got. If you want to know about him, go and ask the other merchants.
Oh, he turned sour real fast. I mean, if I actually was offered an opportunity... Whoa. Anyway, off the back of you losing your job because your business is not doing well, I'll ride away on my gigantic magic school bus. Oh, Pokeshak, I'll take your pink, but it offends me very much. It's the wrong pink. Oh, you just finished ocean fishing, Will? Good. I'm glad you had fun with it. I actually never really did much ocean fishing because I preferred to level my fisher by questing, and by the time ocean fishing was in the game, I was already pretty high level with fisher. I'm not sure. Well, I would either I would try and look up the names of the fish like with Google, or if you write the names of some of the fish here, I might be able to help you. If you just write 1 or 2 names of the fish, we can check it together. Yeah, the whale mount is absolutely monstrously large. That's why I generally only use it when I need an 8-seater mount. But we're using random mount summons here. On the trail of a masked man, I've heard of him, but only in hushed tones and faint whispers. Said he wears a black hooded robe and looks right suspicious. And that's that's about all I can say, little though it is. We kind of knew that. Well, there's a genuinely there's a significant amount of fish in the game, whose only purpose is either tossing, selling to a vendor, or using desynthesis, which you would have to like get your cooking, your culinarian, to level 30 to be able to do, I believe. But if you write the exact name of just a few of the fish here, I would be able to give you a more precise answer on what you can do with them. Exactly, because there are a lot of different fish in ocean fishing, so I might have a hard time knowing. Impassive merchant. Have I seen a masked man wearing a dark robe? No, I haven't, nor do I wish to. Business is bad enough without shady characters lurking about. Folk have been giving Highbridge a wide berth because of all the Kikirn raids. None but the most devout of pilgrims are willing to come here anymore. Okay then. Well, if you're not helping me, then I'm not helping you, I guess. Angie, ruhig man. Yeah, as Ghost Howler and Pokeshack says, in both cases, it's likely that they're not worth much. It might be faster to just toss or sell them, but if you want to be sure, you can, like, we can look at it.
I've heard tell of the masked devil. Seems he's been appearing not only around Highbridge, but elsewhere about that island too. Enough folk have reported seeing him to convince me he's more than a figment of the imagination, but little is known about him otherwise.
Great. So what did we learn, guys? There is a black-robed man, and he is in fact real.
Judging by your expression, I take it you didn't learn much of use. Look, I'm sorry for my rudeness earlier, it's just that things are tough for us merchants at the moment. The Kikirn raids are so constant, so organized, we're beginning to suspect that someone is orchestrating it all. I tend to put my own welfare first, like most of us do, but that doesn't mean I'm a bad person. I promise to keep an eye out for your masked man. If I see or hear anything, you'll be the first to know.
Here's some dye, I guess.
I finally got some honest-to-God's information on your masked man. Why so confident? Because I saw him with my own 2 eyes. I was out for an evening stroll, minding my own business, when I noticed a column of smoke rising from a cliff over a Thal's Respite. Curious, I took myself there to find a masked man. Your masked man, I'm sure of it, standing by a fire. As if in answer, some Kikirn appeared soon after, and the group began talking at length. I'm afraid I was too far out of earshot to hear much of anything. After the group had dispersed, an idea came to me. If you were to use this smoldering coal to start a fire, you might be able to arrange a similar meeting. It will be dangerous, I shouldn't doubt, but you've proven yourself more than a match for a pack of rats.
How have I done that? He hasn't seen me fight.
So what do you think? That's some sound, reliable information, even if I do say so myself. Well worth all the lingering about you've been doing, wouldn't you say?
I mean, I would want to buy something from him just so that it was worth his while, but the game doesn't even give me the opportunity, and I feel bad. Pokechat says, I find it funny when people see Lala Sprout dressed in pink, and when you think how adorable she is, she pulls out a giant whale and goes along the path at ground level. True. Like, if anything would give away the fact that this is an alt, it would be the fact that I have a lunar whale mount. I don't think many sprouts at level 42, at level 24 main quest level, would have a lunar whale. There's just no reason to. But that's a really good point. Like, oh, that's a cute, sassy lost child. Let me give them a pat on the head and then just lunar whale. Smoldering coal on a rock. Bonk. Corpse Brigade, foot soldier. Wow. What a battle. Oh yeah, another thing that probably would give away that it's not my first character is that I have the friend recruitment mount, which means that I know someone else that has subscribed to the game after me, and they've played for more than a month. Go Solo, you say you don't know what to dye your black mage gear. You could go with the metallic one. The ones that I would specifically recommend, just for your own pocket's sake, to avoid, is don't go with pure white or jet black. That'll be way too expensive. Otherwise, most dyes are manageable. Back so soon? Were you able to find any clues leading to a masked man? Letter, I guess? This scroll! It bears a prayer to Ralgar, the Destroyer. In case you're unfamiliar, Ralgar is the guardian deity of Alamigo, which is currently under Guardian rule. It is highly uncommon for folk of other nations to revere him. I'd wager my last guild that your assailant was Alamigan. It seems this masked man of yours is very well connected. I must confess, the merchant in me envies such a diverse network of contacts. That selfsame merchant also senses danger ahead, and darkness besides. Are you certain you'd rather not take things nice and slow here at Highbridge? Level 43. We're still 18 levels ahead. The Alamigan bandit you had a run-in with is somehow connected to your masked man of mystery. So it stands to reason that if you want to pick up the trail again, you should head toward Little Amigo over in southern Thanalan. Just so you know what to expect, the settlement is the favorite destination for those refugees who couldn't, well, adapt to life in Uldar. The hearts of the denizens are said to be as barren as the wasteland they live in, and for all intents and purposes, it's a lawless place. Be prepared for a not so warm welcome. Now, I'm not certain how much a help she will be, but it just so happens I have a daughter who has relocated to Little Alamigo. Her name is Hihira, and it shouldn't hurt to seek her out first. And while you have her attention, I'd be obliged if you could send my love. Not a day goes by that I don't think of her. I suppose this is it then. I had hoped that you would linger here a while, cull some fiends, spend some coin, what have you, but something tells me you're destined for greater things. Wherever it is you end up, I wish you the best. He's actually pretty nice. Goes out says, considering red with black, that would be the same as your hair color. That could work. You could also choose something that specifically complements your hair color. The Will says, this is a first. There are more sprouts than others in Limsa. Huh. That's interesting. Bogshack uses just all the blue you have on hand, even if it doesn't match. Well, I mean, I dunk everything I have in cherry pink except my glasses, so I totally get that one. But you see, I just don't wear things that don't look good in bright cherry pink dye, right? So it's very simple. Just don't wear stuff that doesn't go with the dye you like. Leon says, this section of the story has completely died out in my brain. I just remember repeatedly visiting this bridge. Huh. The thing that I find interesting is that I remember vividly spending a lot of time in Alamigo, or Little Alamigo. But the way I remember it, I was in Little Alamigo, but didn't have a mount. I'm guessing it's because I forgot to buy that that voucher that you're supposed to buy to get your mount or something like that. I just didn't buy it. Independence Warrior. Don't you just guys love it when you get a random, unprompted free company invitation? Yeah, it's funny how there's some places in the main quest story that just blot out of your mind, like something that is so like maybe uninteresting, or you just forget it. Seiko says, I really did want to choose something that would complement my hair color, but the problem is the hair isn't visible. Oh. that changes some things. Well, Mackerel, if it's the friend of yours that rarely wants to listen to your advice, or my advice, before after they've messed up, then you can't do much beyond waiting for them to make the mistake. Basically, that was a lesson that I learned when I was trying to help people get better at the game, just offering advice in game to people. Shockingly, some people get offended when you offer them advice on their job unprompted, which was also part of what inspired me to make videos instead, because then I'm only teaching people that actually want the help. And unfortunately, with your friend Mackerel, it seems like your friend does not want the help. They want to purchase Final Fantasy XIV for Steam and then realize that they don't have a Steam-linked account. If I understood your plight correctly. And there's nothing more you can do about it if they don't want to listen to your advice. Then it's not your problem. And as far as I know, you have really tried to save them from this mistake. Oh, right. The ether right. But I understand the frustration, but when you've done this much, and I know you've tried really hard, Magrel, to help your friend, but when you've done this much, and they still don't want to listen, you can't do more. The only thing you can do is, you know, say, I said so, when they later make the mistake that you were trying to save them from making. Or you can just, you know, comfort them when it goes wrong. And hope that they learn to listen next time.
Why, yes, he borrows my father. He said, what? I wish I could be a better daughter to him. It's just that... Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't bother you with family matters, but I'm grateful to you for delivering the message. Now then, what brings you here? A masked man? I'm afraid the description doesn't ring any bells, but one of the others here may have seen something. I would recommend you first speak with Gundobald, the leader of the settlement. I must warn you, though, he isn't exactly accommodating to outsiders.
Oh, cool. Hello.
Who are you? State your business and be quick about it. Looking for a masked villain, you say? And why should we help you, pray? We struggle enough without having to answer the whim of every outsider. You are not welcome here. Be gone. And take these buckets of brown paint with you, I guess.
Why? It's not okay. It was orange. Still, my argument stands. Ooh, glasses. Okay. And a helmet that still doesn't beat the one that I have from, I guess, my class quest. Well met, adventurer. I can't see a thing. I'm Gisilbert. It's spelled like that because when I was writing my name on this signature I had to make when I moved here, I couldn't see anything, so I guess I wrote something that looked like an H. So now there's an H in my name. Head of security here at Little Alamigo. I heard tell that you had business with Gundobald. Knowing the bristly old bear, I don't doubt he told you to bugger off. Owing to their hardships, the refugees don't trust anyone but themselves, not even my men, and I can get so much as a word of thanks out of them despite watching the place day and night. Not even my men and I can get so much as a word of thanks out of them despite watching the place day and night. But thanks or no, I try to help my fellow man when I can, and you seem a decent sort. If you tell me what's brought you here, might be as I can lend a hand. On the trail of a masked villain, you say? Can't say that sounds familiar, but I have men on lookout for Amaljar to the south of here. If there's been any suspicious activity, they are like to have seen it. I had a mind to take them each a cup of sweet Dananan tea, so as to lift their spirits. If you were to run this little errand in my stead, they'd be all the more willing to tell you what they know. Pokeshak says, I know a person who doesn't want to do damage with any healer, neither with Sage nor Dots. It doesn't matter how much I explain to him that it's better to do DPS when the tank is full, than to do nothing or put a dot, but he doesn't want to. Well, Pokeshak, I would recommend you refer them to the smith. Tell them, this teaches you the basics of your role. Because the thing is, there is a step in that one where they literally tell you attack when your tank has full health anyway. But it's a very common thing that people do this. It feels like typically they refuse to DPS as a healer for usually just that they don't want to. It's not that they can't or believe that it is superior not to. It's just that they don't want to. Like, they can't be bothered. They'd rather just not. Which is extremely selfish, actually. I don't have to do damage, I'm a healer. Okay, counter argument, guys. Here's a great counter argument. I'm a DPS. Why should I avoid the damaging effects? It's your problem to heal me. I'm a tank. I take damage. I don't deal damage. But how would you hold aggro without dealing damage? I don't know. Maybe you should stop healing me and attacking so that I can hold aggro with my mere presence. Like, the argument, I don't have to damage, I'm a healer, is just as bad as these arguments. And I'm pretty sure you can agree that these are absurd, right? Who the hell are you? I'm trying to conserve energy here, so leave me alone. I brought tea. Well, ain't you considerate, my thanks, friend. What's that? A masked villain hiding among the refugees, like as not? My compatriots as live here go about as though they are dead on their feet. It is near impossible to tell what's on their mind. Well, I know they're all up to no good. Yeah, How do you mean, Pokeshack? Sounds absurd, right? You there! Are you an Amaljar? No? Then carry on. Yeah, I'm the tiniest Amaljar in the land. Ah, this sophisticated aroma. It has been forever since I had a drop of sweet Thanalan. I'm going to enjoy this. What, a masked man? Don't know, don't care. Unless he's got dark scaly skin, stands 10 forms tall, and has the face of a lizard. And I don't give a mama's fart. Alright. Well, I'm not 10 forms tall.
Shoo, don't bother me. If the Aljar overrun us, I'm blaming you.
Relax, mate.
For me? Oh, you shouldn't have. Sorry, suspicious masked man. As a matter of fact, I caught a glimpse of someone fitting that description during patrol. Well, I couldn't quite make out whether it was a man or not. What with the mask and the robe, but assuming it was a he was talking with some Alamegans. I assumed he was one of them.
Yeah. I have actually had tanks occasionally that didn't bother to do anything beyond like click their AoE button, you know, like Total Eclipse or Unleash or Overpower. Nothing more than that. And they would sometimes not even do it every global because it wasn't their problem to do damage. So why should they? Which is it's impossible to fathom why that makes sense, because they see that their attacks do damage. They see that health bars go down when they do it. If they did more, they would be able to win faster. Yeah, Magrel, earlier, I believe it was Pokeshack that said that it was really funny that people would see this small sprout, Lalafell, in pink, and be like, oh, that's pretty cute, that's really nice, and then it just explodes into a huge lunar whale. Like, no, this isn't a new character, this isn't a new player. Bokjak says, the thing about the tank that didn't want to tank, I swear it's the thing that has bothered me the most in all of Final Fantasy, and I don't know how to report that person. Oh yeah. It's really annoying when people don't really give a good honest try and try their best in dungeons. Oh, you decided you needed a school bus as well? Oh, you're back. So, did my lookouts have aught to share with you? You can obviously tell that I do not, because I can't see a thing. That doesn't sound like much to go by. If you're to get any further in your investigation, seems to me you'll need the cooperation of the Alamegans. For this, you'll need to win their trust, and that won't be an easy task. Give me the money. Ooh, blue die. Yeah, exactly, it's an 8-seater. So you're determined to press on with your investigation. Then I have some advice to offer. As I said before, you won't get far without the Alamegans' trust, and the best way to win that trust is to get a compatriot of theirs, someone they respect, to vouch for you. Coin does the talking in Uldar, but the Alamegans are bound by something far stronger, if not as tangible, a common purpose. That purpose is, of course, the liberation of their home from the Gallians. Gundobald belongs to the Alamegan resistance, so your best bet would be someone who's part of the same crew. If you know any well-connected people, you might want to start by asking them. Oh no. Pray return to the Waking Sands. Oh dear. I would guess so, Pokeshack. They probably don't see a thing, but I'm guessing that I do believe there's like small holes in their visor thing, but it's just way funnier if they're blind. Hey, Minvilia?
Welcome back, Caetsu. How fares the investigation? I see. Given all that they have suffered, it is of little wonder the Alamegan refugees have lost faith in their fellow man. They have had their homeland taken from them, and for the past 2 decades have had to see it remain in the enemy's clutches. To compound matters, none of the 3 city-states have the means to take in all those who were displaced. As a result, a great many Alamegans now live on the margins of society, suffering poverty and discrimination. Would that more could be done to ease their hardships? I fear that nothing short of reclaiming their homeland would be a lasting solution. But let us deal with one problem at a time. Returning to the matter of your investigation, it just so happens there is an Alamegan native among the Scions. I should be pleased to introduce him to you.
Give me the money, I guess? Yeah. Yeah, knows where to attack because of her monk instincts. She just thinks real hard and then punches in the correct direction. Uncle says, gonna do Thorn March with your friend. Did he pick up a different job, or is he still Black Mage?
Your Alamegan comrade is named Haribert.
Apparently this BEHRT thing is an Alamegan thing.
He joined our cause in the hopes that he might find a way to liberate his homeland. While he spares no effort towards that endeavor, I have no doubt that he would be glad to assist you. If I recall correctly, Haribert is currently between missions. Try looking for him in the storage area.
Yeah. Give me candy. Unfortunately, candy is not a reward option from any of these quests, which is a huge mistake. It's still a black mage. So, just on that, so I believe I've talked with Mackerel about this before, and we have tried to convince his friend to watch my guide on Black Mage, but it seems that he hasn't seen it yet. And I say it seems because we can see it on how he plays. And I don't want to be stomping around on someone. I know that he's trying his best, I'm sure. We just that's why I have this position when Mackerel is asking or talking about him, that we've tried to help, but it doesn't seem that his friend wants the help. That's why. Oh, he has not some nice. He has the swag. Look at this. If it isn't Caetsu Chaiji, the Science Rising Star, is there all I can do for you? You wish to win the trust of the people of Little Alamigo? That is a daunting task, my friend, even for our own countrymen. I would like nothing more than to help, but I'm afraid my name no longer carries weight with that lot. I used to be a member of the Alamigan Resistance, you see, but I left in favor of joining the Scions. Though my allegiance may have shifted, my purpose remains ever the same, the liberation of Alamigo. Yet, whatever my reasons were, I abandoned my comrades, and they'll have nothing to do with me. Now, while I may have no more friends in the Resistance, I know someone who does. Her name is Albrida, and she's a resident of Quarry Mill. Say my name when you meet her, and she won't lead you astray. So Black Shroud next, huh? Well, I do think that that is an excellent opportunity to go to Gridania and possibly find an opportunity to round off the stream, which is gone on for 5.5 hours. Let me just check in on Miss Cece, our retainer. And Poketrack says, I mean, the guy wants to play Black Mage, but he doesn't want any advice or help about it. Yeah. And Ghost Auto says, I keep thinking that if I didn't find your Black Mage guide, guys, I probably would have quit Final Fantasy. I was seriously struggling. Oh well, that makes me really happy that you found it then. Oh, convenient. We'll find some things to do and talk about for 10 minutes while we wait for Miss CC to finish her venture. And then we can finish off exactly on the exploration venture that we talked about doing. Sad Harrybird. Ghost Auto says, the frustration of not being able to find a good guide didn't help. I'm actually surprised that my guide is the only good one, as you say. But I'm also really glad that my guides are good ones. Poketrack says, if it wasn't for the guides, I wouldn't be leveling up all the classes, and depending on who you ask, it's more of a punishment than a help. I don't know, if it inspires you to have fun with leveling every single class, then it sounds like having the guides gave you more enjoyment with the game. Oh yeah, I guess that is the first time I met Mackerel. Me just standing outside my house. We sure have a lot of stuff. I'm sure some of you are going to be saying, why are you not clearing your inventory at all? And the simple answer to that is I want to see how far we can get before we do anything about it. The only thing I would be thinking of doing before that is like start to lump equipment into the armory chest just to see if we can push it a little further. I want to see what level we can be before we need to clear the inventory. I think that would be really funny, especially because originally I got to around level 50 before I had to learn what a retainer is when I started playing back in Stormblood. Bojik says, Kaetsu is the chosen one of pink that leads us on the right path in Final Fantasy. Yes, come to the cult of the pink, as they say. Yeah, I believe Mackerel always has some inventory troubles, and I'm guessing that's what you mean by saying that I'm copying you. Gosala says, I no longer remember why I didn't like any other guides. All I know is that Kaetsu guides were specific, and I always learned something I didn't even know I needed to know. I don't know if other Black Mage guides would detail this, but one thing that I specifically thought was super important, almost right out the gate, was detailing exactly what Astral Fire and Umbral Ice does. Because it's not that clear from their tooltips. It's just, fire make you damage better, ice makes you mana better, I guess. So I believe that both versions of my Black Mage guide, both the Shadowbringers edition and the Endwalker edition, has like very detailed explanation of exactly what they do. Because it's not in the game. Like, I looked it up myself, or like on an obscure page on Console Wiki. About this. Well, obscure. I guess it was the Umbral Ice and Astral Fire pages, but that's still not the obvious place to look, is it? Chaiji Katsu, the first cultist, and Kaetsu Chaiji, the Messiah. Yeah, that is a little. That's like a, at this point, like the community here getting the backstory of my experience in Final Fantasy XIV makes the small little stories about how it all came to be. Chaiji Katsu, the first one. The Catman Gladiator, who didn't get far. Goes out and says, no other guy said more than 2 words about the gauge. Yeah, I'm guessing a lot of guides were focused more on being short or extremely fast on each point. I imagine some guides would completely neglect to mention some role actions that they deemed were not important, for instance. And in the same logic, technically, you don't need to know how much damage the Astral Fire effect gives you. You don't need to know how much mana the Umbral Ice gives you. What you need to know is what to do. Like, a guide could explain you exactly how to play Black Mage by telling you what to do. Like, just say, cast fire 1x times, and then use Blizzard 3 and then Blizzard 1x times, back and forth. And they could explain to you exactly what you have to do without explaining why. So you wouldn't understand why you're doing things or what you're doing. I think I have seen more than once comments on my guides that say that they appreciate that I spend time on explaining why things are the way that they are, so that people understand why the rotation is the way that it is. It also helps me, because if I say something that is a little off or difficult to understand, maybe the rotation has changed ever so slightly because of a buff or a nerf to something, then people can tell just from me adding the patch note and the small note that there is a change. They will be like, players will be able to on their own understand how it makes sense, because I explained why we do things. Okay, good night, Leon. Thank you for hanging out. I appreciate it. As I was saying, I wanted to make sure that people understand how the jobs work. Because if you understand why, then you don't need me. You don't need me to explain everything. I try my best to explain as much as I can and explain openers, and especially things that are not clearly defined, like how would you possibly know just from taking a glance at it the perfect opener for Black Mage or Dragoon for that matter? It's not obvious, so I look it up myself and show you how it's done so that you can follow my lead. But the important thing is that because we've talked about in the guide why everything is as it is, you see the opener, I see the opener and see that it makes sense. You see the opener and see that it makes sense. And if it doesn't make sense, you should be able to ask me. Like, you should be able to say, I didn't understand that part. And then I explain it. That's also exactly why I always say at the end of my videos, if you have any questions or anything to add, leave a comment. Because I always try to answer. Every time I get a comment and YouTube notifies me of it, I respond. And I say every time it notifies me, because I have experienced not getting notified sometimes. And even then, sometimes I will comment anyway because I found the comment. Pokeshack asked a question. It reminds me, I was going to ask you, does that drawing you have as an image of the channel have a story? It has a story. A little bit of a story. A really good friend of mine in my free company at the time, and who happens to also be in my free company now, and also happened to build the upper floor of my house. They put that together. There was this contest, I believe, where you could. Well, now I'm absolutely not interested. Now they've invited me twice. So there was this contest, and I believe the theme was that you had to make art that described something that you did with your friends in the game, and you had to make art, right? And a thing that a little story that I have for myself is that Caetsu Chaiji, the character, the small dragon herself, is canon a summoner. As in, if you were to write a story where Caetsu Chaiji, the small dragon, were to make an appearance, she should be a summoner. Like, that would be the most accurate depiction. And her carbuncles have names and personalities. And they even have occupations. And this wonderful friend of mine decided that the thing that she wanted to draw for this event was the depiction of me, or more precisely, Caetsu Chaiji, explaining these carbuncles 3, complete with matching costumes in the speech bubble that depicts what I'm talking about. And the depiction is me explaining it to her and a friend we had in common at the time. And the picture, the image in my channel icon there, is the face of Caetsu Chaiji in that larger art piece. That is pretty much the story there. And if you're interested in, okay, wait, so your carbuncles have names and occupations and all that, then I can say yes. The Ruby carbuncle is named Miles. The Topaz carbuncle is named Teshin, which is a name that I used for characters before Chaiji. And the Emerald one is named Krosh, and is a name I used after Chaiji, which I used for warriors and things like that. And Krosh is a war veteran. Teshin is a bodyguard retiree that has turned to be a therapist, and that is because he used to be the tank pet, but then became a pet that can just give you a shield. And Miles is a lawyer and wears a red red outfit complete with ruffles, a little bit like Miles Edgeworth from Phoenix Wright. And that is that story. And I hope that answers your question, Pokeshack. Let's see, and Mackerel has got more golden feathers. That phrase is the second one that almost got you an Oscar, below self-management. Ghost Howler says, what melt should I put on my Black Mage? 1 second. Let me get the quick scoop on what the big smart boys of Black Mages think. So my advice, just based on the average recommended set, is the following. Ghost Howler. Yeah, gotta consult the cult of the big brain Black Mages. Meld spell speed. Like, if a piece of equipment can have a full, like, grade 10 spell speed materia, then put that in it. If it cannot fit spell speed, then put determination in it. If it cannot fit spell speed or determination, which can happen if the item literally has spell speed and determination on it, then you can't fit 2 materia of either in it. In that case, put direct hit in it. So your melding priority is spell speed, determination, direct hit. And I will point out that direct hit and determination are really close together, so if you have a direct hit materia but not a determination materia, you can switch it around. And honestly, if you have very little direct hit because of the gear that you have, then you might want to prefer melding direct hit. Like, the important part is spell speed. However, if you also play Red Mage with the same equipment, just be aware that Red Mage does not like spell speed very much. So your Red Mage is gonna feel really weird to play. Summoner has an interesting relationship with spell speed. It's perfectly capable of using it, but it's just you're supposed to make builds around it. I've tried a spell speed heavy summoner build. It feels easier to play non-spell speed builds because your cooldowns line up better. Pokeshak says, will we ever get to see a glimpse of that work of art? I can ask my friend if it's okay that I can share it in the community page, because it's their art piece. I wouldn't want to share it without their permission. I hope you understand. Yeah, and Lowell says, can I just buy food anywhere for the XP boost? Yes. When I was leveling jobs in both Shadowbringers and Endwalker, I just always carried around a stack of orange juice. Like, anything works. Of course, if you have better food, then you can use that, but genuinely, if you just want the XP bonus, then it doesn't matter which one you use. Yeah, boiled eggs have become very popular after that. Did you guys see Robert Ross do that? Eating an entire inventory of eggs? Exactly, Pokeshak. Cast speed, determination directed. Ghost Howler says, so spell speed and determination is top priority or directed, and so your top priority, Ghost Howler, for Black Mage is spell speed, as in spell speed is like, you see, you know how the Thaumaturges has their little temple and all that? Yeah, the one they're praying to isn't any of the 12. They're actually praying to spell speed. Just as a concept. That's what they're actually praying to. That's how incredibly good it is. And after that comes determination. And within like an inch of distance behind determination comes directed. Like, they're so close to each other that it doesn't really matter which one you get. But it tends to be the case that determination pulls a little bit ahead. Mainly because of the reasons that I do believe I talk about in the stat priority part of most of my high level guides, is that determination is better than directed because there are raid buffs that give you direct hit innately, but there are not any raid buffs that give you determination innately. So determination will always be more valuable for that reason. Does that make sense? But yeah, Pokeshak, I'll ask. And if they will allow me to share it, I'll probably share it. Oh, nice. Little dance troupe. You're welcome, Ghost Howler. I'm just gonna check. There was this picture that I took earlier. I wonder if I actually caught it. I did not. But I did catch a pretty funny picture nonetheless. Look at this. One giant step for Lalafell kind. I missed the picture I actually wanted to take by like one frame. But that I think this could be funny. Oh lord, she coming. Yeah, Bojack, I'm pretty sure I can make that pretty funny as the thumbnail. Well, I had to check because I usually take this last bit to figure out like a few pictures. Like for instance, if I didn't get anything good for the thumbnail, then I would need to construct something for a thumbnail. In speaking of, we're gonna need a picture for the community post. So let's see what cute emotes we have. Yeah, and on the foot you put an AoE and the backflip. One big step for DPS kind. Doomspike. Oh, I think I didn't expect that to default to such a high angle, but I think this could be really, really good for a community post thing. We could do that here. Maybe? I'm not greed, I'm a Dragoon. I think it's just gonna be here, just to be a different place than last time. Yoop. And then you get another little view into how I make my thumbnails and pictures. If you think that's interesting. I don't use any fancy tools other than some like picture editing programs after I take the screenshot. I think we'll just go with this. I think that's fine. Maybe we don't need the spear, but I think it'll be fine. It'll be fine. And I'm really glad that you're all here to hang out for the stream with me. And hey again, Snow Dragon. I guess you were just hanging out. Glad to see you still here. You're natural in your photos, not like those TikTokers of Limsa. Right, well, I guess next time we might get the main quest to like level 30. Oh, and I should mention that next week this stream is probably going to be on the Sunday, or it might, maybe, no promises, but it might be on the Friday instead, but it's not gonna be on the Saturday because I have something that gets in the way. But I'll make sure to make a post afterwards. Thank you so much, Snow Dragon. That's so nice. That's that's the first time someone has super chatted me. Thank you so much. That's really cool, Snow Dragon. That's a highlight, if there ever was one. Not to say there's so many other things tonight that was super awesome. Thank you so much, Snow Dragon. Wow. Next thing, I'm going to wake up to there being clips of me or something, right? You guys are so good. You're just the best, guys. That really makes it just having fun, chill conversation about the game, and having people that are interested in learning. That's just, yeah. What more can you ask for? And then Snow Dragon comes in like, oh yeah, by the way. Wow. Well, I don't have any more for you guys today. I did say that I was gonna go for about 6 hours at most. I usually do that. And as I just said, next week, this stream is gonna be Friday or Sunday, because I have some family stuff, unfortunately, question mark. But I'll try to put it around the same time as always. So around the time that you saw it start today, it will just be not on a Saturday. I imagine that Friday might be easier for people to deal with than Sunday. I don't know. Like, I know some people will be at work or at school on a Friday, but on the other hand, some people will have very much difficulty being up on the Sunday. Patience is a virtue. Thank you, everyone. Well, I think we had plenty of time to take all of the conversations that and to talk about all the things that we wanted to talk about. I'm really glad, just once again, that you all were here for the stream. So many of you were here from the start to the finish too. So, good night. Or good morning or afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. Thank you so much and see you very soon. This is something I'm going to have to tell my brother about.